Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go take down the champ.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
You know, I talked to Bravo Captain Ryan Farrell, and he told me that what they need to do to prepare for this game is change nothing. He said that if we can't win this game by sticking to our system, doing what we know how to do, then we've just been outplayed.
It's Alex Thorne, this new pickup for Doublewide this season in the middle. And we're going to get a look at a lot of the stars here on this offensive line for Doublewide. Thorne will get it back from Jeff Loscorn, one of the captains of this Doublewide team. And here's Max Cook, another Austin mainstay. And you see just a man defense here from Johnny Bravo. Good downfield defense on the cutters. Loscorn going to air it out, looking for Tyler DiGirolamo, and DiGirolamo going sort of on a half layout, gets his hand on the disc but can't come down with it. In frustration, punches the ground, thinks he should have had it. So Bravo's Nick Lance will pick the disc up as they get set to move up the field. So Bravo working here on this backhand sideline. And we have a stoppage. Pick called.
That D was a great job for Bravo, really making resets extremely difficult for Doublewide, and B, denying some of the isolated cuts that Doublewide likes to make out of their vertical stack.
Loscorn getting set to tap the disc in. Jack McShane with it. He'll dump it back to Eric Johnson. And now McShane going to put up a huge flick huck. A lot of people getting underneath of it, but it's going to be Bravo that comes down with it. Henry Conker moves it to Lance. Lance looking into the end zone. Doesn't have it now. He's going to throw a blade to the back of the end zone. And Johnny Bravo opens this game with a break. And it's DiGirolamo not coming up with the disc in the end zone for Doublewide, and leads to some creative throws from Johnny Bravo and a quick break and 1-0 lead.
And you know, that point is not indicative of what both teams and I imagine to be big storylines here. And one of those big storylines is walking onto the field and Kurt Gibson for Doublewide. In Doublewide's pre-quarters matchup against GOAT, Gibson caught or threw every single one of the break scores that Doublewide had in the first half against GOAT, and they took half 8-3. So he was doing a lot of work for GOAT's D-line. I talked to Ryan Farrell about how do you stop Kurt Gibson, and his answer was very simple: you don't. You try and limit his impact. You try and make him expend more energy than he wants to, and you try and make the other guys on the team work. Farrell referenced back to last year, Gibson's enormous role on this Doublewide team in winning the national championship, and just his quality as a player overall. They're looking to make him work. Let's pay attention to how they throw different matchups at him throughout this game to continue to give him different confusing looks.
1-0 the score. Johnny Bravo's Nick Lance pulling here. Our coverage today presented by Spin Ultimate and Rise Up Ultimate. Thanks for being with us. It's going to be Thorne receiving the pull and centering to Kurt Gibson. Gibson will move it ahead to Loscorn. Thorne gets it. Max Cook finding some space on the open side. Gibson. Shallow stack here from Doublewide. Now Cook. For lots of little underneath throws, big layout. But Gibson gonna hang on, and now he's gonna put up a huge flick to the end zone. Tyler DiGirolamo battling downfield, going up to try to get it, and will not get it. Excellent defense downfield from Jackson Clure, who holds off DiGirolamo, bodying him out, and they'll get a big gainer to start things off. And now Bravo taking a shot to the end zone, Thorne in coverage, but not gonna get there. Bravo punches it in. Clark Bishop coming down with the second break for Johnny Bravo, and it's a quick 2-0 hole for the defending national champions.
And let me tell you, Charlie, this is what we've seen all weekend long. This Bravo team has played about as clean of ultimate as any other team in the field. The only other team that would even have an argument is San Francisco's Revolver. Bravo has looked sharp, with the sole exception being the first quarter of their game against Chain, where Chain managed to jump on top of them and get an early lead. Aside from that, Bravo has not played from behind, has not given teams a chance. It has been on top of everyone that it's played, and it looks like we're looking at more of the same right now. And what we're also seeing is that Bravo is capitalizing on what Farrell told me was the most important aspect of this game, which is details. He narrowed that down to making sure you're throwing the disc to the correct shoulder. There we see Gibson with a fairly good look at a flick huck and unmarked. He's trying to throw a very sharp inside-out flick. The edge doesn't hold. That's not throwing to the correct shoulder. Clure's able to get under it and get a D. Bravo's all about doing those small little things in this game, and they think that if they stick to those small little things and do them well, that this game is theirs to win.
Easily the biggest sideline presence we've seen. Of course, Doublewide playing pretty close to home. Austin only about 3 hours away from Frisco. Gibson will pick it up. Cook right back to Gibson. They'll swing it out to Thorne. Alex Thorne and Tyler DiGirolamo, pickups from the University of Pittsburgh. And they've had a big role on this team on both offense and defense. Thorne playing mostly offense, DiGirolamo mostly defense, but we've seen him out here to start the game on O. That's Dalton Smith dishing to the sideline for Cook. Cook going around, trying to find DiGirolamo, but it's going to be another turnover. And so 3 looks to DiGirolamo and 3 turnovers. Really only one of them you could consider his fault. And it's going to be Jimmy Mickle, who dominated against Atlanta's Chain Lightning, picking up for Johnny Bravo. Mickle gets it into the middle. That's Farrell going around to the outside, and Farrell's throw is going to hit the turf. Looking for Conquer. So now Doublewide finally catches a break, and they'll have a short field to work with. Gibson to pick up 5 yards outside the end zone. And we have a foul call. Gibson with Mickle on the mark. So Gibson holding. It's a simple isolation for Max Cook here. Gibson just trying to get the disc to him, not into the end zone, but Cook will float it over to Dalton Smith. Smith will catch the score, and Doublewide gets on the board here. It's 2-1.
And as I said, we're watching for the matchups that Bravo puts on Kirk Gibson. After that first break of Doublewide's offensive line, Gibson comes in to play 2 consecutive offensive points. 2 consecutive points. We have 2 different players matched up. We have Eric Johnson from Johnny Bravo, and then Jimmy Mickle matched up from Johnny Bravo. As much as we're going to talk about Kirk Gibson this game, we also have to mention Jimmy Mickle, who, as you said, did as well dominate his game in against Chain Lightning. Now, Doublewide has the same take on Mickle as Bravo has on Gibson, which is they want to force Bravo to look to a second option outside the isolated stack. Bravo loves to isolate Mickle in space and let him work. Doublewide thinks that if they can make Bravo work to their second or even third option, then that's where things are going to break down, because they are so comfortable using Mickle in that isolated stack. He so regularly gets the disc and then makes things happen from there that if Bravo can't hit that option, Doublewide thinks that they're going to have Bravo exactly where they want him.
Gibson getting set to pull, playing his third consecutive point for Doublewide. And we'll get our first look at this Johnny Bravo offense. Mickle back out there alongside new pickup Bart Watson. Those two have had big impact on this team. Josh Ackley in the middle. We talked about him in the pregame show. Moves ahead. Hit a Sneeder. We'll dump it back to Ackley. Ackley going for the low backhand. Past Kevin Richardson, and he'll get bumped on the arm as he throws, so this will come back uncontested. Stahl coming in on 0.
Coming in on 1.
Richardson will tap the disc in. Into the middle for Craig Forshee. Forshee going out to the outside. It's Owen Westbrook, who had a good game against Chain Lightning as well. Westbrook back to the middle. Now run to the outside and a drop. Sneeder maybe feeling the pressure from Dan Emmons in the coverage. And it's going to be Kurt Gibson putting it up, looking for Emmons. Emmons all alone. He'll make the grab about 10 yards out. He'll throw, and Doublewide will get a break. This D-line putting a little bit of pressure. Watching as Bravo drops it and attacking quickly down the field.
And that's a slight case of unawareness on Bravo's part, and those are the kind of details that Farrell was talking about before the game. As you have to know, even though we do have a slight wind here, when you have Kurt Gibson picking up the disc and you're forcing him flick, he has the distance on his throws to get the disc downfield. And sure enough, he does right there. Hits Emmons in stride, wide open, and gives Doublewide an opportunity for their break. So those are the details that Bravo needs to make sure they're paying attention to. Who's got the disc and how far can they put it?
Last year, in the club championships final, Doublewide took on Revolver. It was very, very windy all weekend long in Sarasota, and Kurt Gibson played outstanding ultimate all game, was putting up some huge flicks into very high winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour at times. And the wind here today, no more than 10 miles an hour, maybe gusting to 15. So nothing really in the face of a thrower like Gibson. And you saw there as he put up the big flick huck to Emmons, and Doublewide got a break to tie this game at 2-2.
Similar here on this point, we're going to have a guaranteed change in matchup on Jimmy Mickle from Doublewide, as his previous matchup is not even on the line. We'll see who Doublewide wants to match up with Jimmy Mickle here.
Disc landed out, and
it's going to come up a fair ways here.
That's right. Never came back in after leaving the field of play in the air. So it'll be Bart Watson bringing the disc up to the spot where it left the playing area.
And he actually tapped it in on the sideline to avoid letting Doublewide's zone get set.
As we watch Watson swing pass hit the turf, trying to throw a little bit too much blade on it perhaps. And now we see Doublewide moving up the line, and Michael Natenberg's throw does not connect with Cook, a little too high for the 5'7" Cook.
And here's this four-man cup that Doublewide loves. Tall players in this cup.
Notorious defensive look from Doublewide last season. Looks like Johnny Bravo feeling comfortable against it so far. Happy to throw hammers and scoobers. Ackley on the sideline. Will scoober over to Lance. And Lance going to throw a big blading flick out to Mickle all alone. And Mickle will come down with it. And it's 3-2 Bravo. They maintain their one-break lead.
Now we're going to see Doublewide's offense back out on the field. I imagine they're going to give Gibson a rest here. And in talking to Doublewide's captains, something that they're thinking about coming into this game out of the GOAT game, in the second half of their game against GOAT, after they established themselves with an 8-3 lead, they really struggled in the second half offensively, and they're looking to correct themselves positionally. They are looking to improve their dump resets and run better sets.
And we see walking across the field, not cleated up, Will Driscoll. who's been a huge part of this double-wide team. And so he must be out with an injury.
In that GOAT game, Driscoll was trying to chase down a huck and pulled up lame, grasping at his hamstring. It's a very big loss because throughout that game, or in the early part of that game, I should say, Driscoll was making some very big plays, playing a very important role in this offense downfield. They're definitely going to be looking to other spots to try and fill that void, and that's why you're seeing Tyler DiGirolamo play so much on the offensive side of the disc.
So the double-wide offense back on the field. Kieran Thomas, DiGirolamo, Thorne, Cook about to receive the pull. You see Natenberg out there for an offensive point for the first time. Here's Thorne in the middle. Lance on him. To the outside for Loscorn. Cook will swing it around to Thorne. Moving back and forth is double wide. Natenberg finds DiGirolamo. Kieran Thomas, huge layout through the legs of Kieran Thomas. Henry Conqueror on the bid.
No call.
Tap back into play. Thomas trying to get it off the sideline. Not a lot of options for his reset, and he's going to have to put it up. This is going to float up, and it's going to go over the top, and a huge grab. It's going to be a foul call.
Looks like a strip call from Jeff Loscorn there.
We do have a stall call.
And Hilke Sneeder coming up with a big play, bumping into and knocking down two double-wide receivers. There's a stall called, however, back at the spot of the throw. So we will have to check and see what the observers rule here. Stall is called. He's going to make the ruling, and there was no stall. So the disc will be down there.
And it looks like Sneeder is conceding the disc to Loscorn, and I was kind of surprised. I thought that he possibly got there first, but it appears that he's allowing Loscorn to have the disc, and Doublewide is going to tap it in on the goal line here.
Jeff Loscorn with the disc for Doublewide.
Calling their own game there. Sneeder acknowledges that fouled or stripped Loscorn. Loscorn looking for a reset now. Stall getting high. DiGirolamo not open, but he will find Alex Thorne. Thorne scores, and we're tied again at 3-3.
That's that. Loscorn has been an enormous part of this double-wide team for quite a few years, and he's kind of developed his game from being just another, relatively ambiguous 6'1" downfield athletic player to incorporating a great arsenal of throws, especially as a lefty thrower. He brings something, out of the ordinary, something new, something unexpected to the game. So, he's able to punch the disc in there even after getting to a potentially dangerous high stall situation.
3-3 your score. You're watching Ultiworld's coverage of the club championships here in Frisco, Texas. Coverage brought to you today by Spin Ultimate and Rise Up Ultimate. We see Kurt Gibson back out on the line, getting set to pull. And this Bravo offense preparing for its second point of the game. 20 seconds for double wide. And here's the pull. Flick pull from Gibson, looking to roll it. Get fielded by Ackley and centered to Bart Watson. Watson finds Mickle underneath in that ISO cut. Jesse Ream on the outside. Now Watson. It's ahead to Westbrook on the sideline here. High stall situation, he's still got it. Somehow, it must have been a contact call because he held onto that disc for a long time. Mickle now 5 yards outside the end zone. He's going to throw inside out, finds Ackley, And although the observers are signaling score, there must be a call. I believe there is a foul call. Waiting for a ruling here, or some sort of signal about what's happening. And it's going to be a score. 4 observers on today's game.
And you see Farrell and Jared Wolf still trying to hash out exactly what they think the right call there was. You know, players at this point are still trying to feel out what are they comfortable playing with, what level of physicality is appropriate. And it seems like Wolf and Farrell have some sort of categorical disagreement on the answer to that question. One thing's for sure, they will most likely figure it out at some point during the game, I can imagine. They're both approaching the camera with more or less smiles on their face. And you know, that's something that we should indicate about both these teams. These are teams that have seen each other a lot over not only just over the course of this season, but over the course of, you know, several seasons. They're very familiar with each other. They know what each other are trying to do. They've had these same matchups time and time again throughout the season. And you know, unlike some matchups like this that can get contentious, these teams definitely seem to have a mutual respect for each other and truly enjoy playing each other and playing these tough games that really ask for all they've got.
Not always a healthy relationship. These teams didn't used to like each other much at all, but as you point out, Michael, that has changed, and they enjoy those big matchups like in the regional finals, and I'm sure they'll enjoy this matchup here today in the quarterfinals. Big look downfield. Kieran Thomas had some separation. He'll make the catch off the throw from Loscorn. Max Cook going towards the end zone, not going to be there. Thomas needing a dump and finds Loscorn. Stagnant downfield look here from Doublewide. Max Cook gets open for the dump. Now Thorne going to the strike cut. And we have a stoppage. Foul called on the mark.
There for a second we saw Nick Lance poach in the lane. Lance is known for his kind of heads-up D. He really likes to disrupt offensive flow, and it almost paid off as Doublewide got in a high stall count situation.
Cook holding, flipping it out to DiGirolamo in the center. DiGirolamo is going to throw a high release flick. It's going to go way up in the air. Alex Thorne can't come down with it. He gets bumped hard by Nick Lance, but no call. Lance will swing out to the sideline. McShane will move it back to Lance. And Lance is going to rip a full field flick huck here over the top and into the end zone for the score. That's Matt Farrell coming down with the disc. And what a shot from Nick Lance to get another break here on the board for Johnny Bravo. They take a 5-3 lead.
And you know, you can talk about Jimmy Mickle, you can talk about Kirk Gibson, but the fact of the matter is Nick Lance might be the biggest off-season move that happened this off-season. And that right there is why. There's not a lot of players, even at this tournament, that have the capability of making that accurate of a full field, stationary huck in this kind of weather. I mean, again, the wind is not something that these players can't handle, but it's enough to affect throws. And for the height that Lance needed to put that disc, it gets only windier the higher these throws get. That throw had a lot of spin on it, had a very good angle on it. It held that angle, was easy to read, and quite frankly, Doublewide didn't even have a chance at making a play on it.
2-point lead for Johnny Bravo. And it's going to be Mickle getting set to pull here. Bravo has been so impressive this weekend. And starting things off right here against the defending national champions. Big pull from Mickle. Fielded by Loscorn and centered to Gibson. Gibson will get it off to Loscorn. Really not a lot of action downfield from the Cutters. Now they'll find some break side space for Max Cook. Cook finds Thorne. And there's a call on the field.
Again, we see Gibson matched up with Eric Johnson, and they're having a similar conversation as the one we saw Ryan Farrell and Jared Wolf having. You know, what level of physicality is appropriate to play here? You know, what are we comfortable with? What does each guy think is the role of the offensive player and defensive player in terms of body contact? And they're going to the observers to help them hash out this disagreement. And it's going to be a contested foul.
He's coming in on 4 after a contested foul.
Stall will be 4 here. Alex Thorne with the disc for Doublewide. And he'll get it right into the hands of Kurt Gibson in the center of the field. Slip downfield from Law Score and trying to come underneath on a cut, but Kieran Thomas will use that space. Thomas needing to get rid of it, and he'll have an easy swing into the center for Smith. Smith bumped hard. And there will be a call. Smith may have called contact on the first bump, but now called a foul.
After that trip, Loscorn is really ginger on his right leg right now, but has not called an injury. But he's not doing much at the moment.
Cook holding, very little downfield motion still. Kieran Thomas gets the disc. Dalton Smith calling for it in the end zone. Now he's going to get the shot, but this is going to hang up and probably be contested. Smith at the back of the end zone. Does he get his foot down? Yes, he does. Dalton Smith with a great catch and great body awareness to get his toes down, and it's a double-wide score, 5-4. Johnny Bravo leads.
That's Doublewide 4, Johnny Bravo 5.
You know, I think that something that's worrisome to me if I'm on Doublewide right now is, you know, one of the things their captains talked to me about, and I briefly touched on this earlier in the broadcast, is they had some minor positional corrections to make in terms of their dump sets coming away from that GOAT game. And there's been a number of times already in this game where especially we've seen Kurt Gibson line up very close to and very far behind the double-wide player with the disc. And that's a very difficult position to get the disc to a reset, especially as Bravo is forcing double-wide into the wind at the moment. And so that would require an inside-out flick into the wind. I don't think that those are the positional corrections that double-wide was talking about. And I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to make those positional corrections. And if not, how negatively is that going to affect them over the course of this game?
Kurt Gibson with the pull for Doublewide. 5-4 the score. Will be Watson fielding the pull and centering to Ackley. Ackley looking for Jesse Ream, and the disc is macked and gets into the hands of Jimmy Mickle. Great heads-up play there from Mickle. Nearly blocked there. Now disc on the sideline with Westbrook into the middle for Watson. And there's a pick call on the field. Probably going to have that disc come back for only one continuation.
Stay with Mark Watson. Take advantage of that, Mark.
Watson new on this Bravo roster this season after playing with Revolver. He'll get it to Westbrook. That flow is going to throw it up high, but it's going to be Mickle again, coming down with a throw not intended for him. And so he makes two heads-up plays, and that one is for a score, 6-4 Bravo. And you can see how Jimmy Mickle can make an impact even when he's not the intended recipient.
That's field awareness, Charlie. I mean, you just have to be paying attention to downfield, and if you're double-wide right now, you just have to be shaking your head. Those are two throws that you would think would work out in your favor, and both times the Bravo receiver comes down with them. You have to hope that those continue to go your way, and part of what's causing those throws is this wind is starting to pick up more and more. We're getting to a point where we definitely have a wind that's going to affect most throwers. So from Doublewide's perspective, that's encouraging because you like to think that you're going to get some more opportunities to get the disc in your hands as the wind picks up more and more and more. And that's what Doublewide needs at the moment is some break opportunities.
6-4. Johnny Bravo sending their defense back out to the field. It's going to be Lance to pull here. And crowd here increasing, lining most of the field. Perhaps 200 folks on hand to watch this game. Alex Thorne centers to Loscorn. And Loscorn doesn't get it over to Thorne. Instead goes to Michael Natenberg, who finds Cook in the middle. Cook will get it ahead to Thomas. And there's a pick called. Actually going to be a foul call downfield. And Michael, we're seeing a pretty disciplined vertical stack here from Doublewide, really sending one player at a time and really waiting for things to open up, not trying to do too much. Sometimes it looks like it's stagnating a little bit, but other times they get some flow going and they take some good shots.
That's what you wonder when you try and avoid doing too much. At some point you have to wonder when you're striking the line of doing too little.
Thomas going to throw up, looking for Thorne in the end zone, and Thorne's going to go up and make a big catch over the top of Jackson Kluwer. Great grab from Thorne, and that time Kluwer still had good position, but the disc coming in at the right angle to make it an easier play for the Doublewide receiver. 6-5.
And as I said, Farrell talked about details, and right now, obviously, you can't be too down on Doublewide as they do have a lead in this game. But in that situation, if you're Jackson Kluwer, details is knowing who's cutting deep on you. And Alex Thorne, you know, for all the things that he contributes positively to this team, one of them is not being a great in-the-air receiver. Now, for his size, absolutely. You know, he matches up well with guys that are his size. But Jackson Kluwer is a much taller defender and a very athletic guy in his own right. At a certain point, you know, he was thinking too much about, I need to go get this at the absolute highest point that I can get it. And if you're Jackson Kluwer, you have to understand, go get it at a point that's higher than what Alex Thorne can get it. And yes, you don't know the exact answer to that question, but you can gamble on the fact that whatever your highest point is much higher than his. Give yourself a little bit more sureness there.
Kluwer at 6 foot has 4 inches on Alex Thorne at 5'8". And it's Johnny Bravo holding on to a 6-5 lead here. Bart Watson on the sideline for Bravo, and he's going to step around and throw a big flick up the sideline, but he will not connect with Jesse Ream. Ambitious throw, and one that we've seen Watson make time and again, but doesn't hit it on that one.
Gibson going back to pick up for Doublewide.
Kurt Gibson walking to the disc for Doublewide.
Disc in play from the coach.
And the best atmosphere we've had at any game so far here at the club championships. Gibson taps it in on the cone. Come to Dalton Smith. And get it right back to Gibson. Doublewide really trying to keep Gibson in the middle of the field with the disc in his hands. Big fake. Now flipped out towards the sideline for Doublewide. Roy Orloff is going to move it ahead to Kevin Richardson. Richardson dishes it back to Gibson. And now Gibson going to unleash a huge flick. And it's right on the money. Beautiful throw from Kurt Gibson to connect with Dan Emmons. Emmons with a little spike. But now, in fact, this may come back. We have a call on the field.
Disc is coming back, guys.
And it looks like we have someone in the stack calling something. I don't think we've received a signal from the observer yet.
There must have been a pick call that was, oh no, there was a travel call, and it wasn't ruled a travel.
Travel call is upheld.
So, observer making a ruling that Gibson did drag his pivot foot. So that big shot will come back. Dan Emmons still at the back of the stack here. Gibson fakes the same throw. Dalton Smith will deliver Gibson the disc. Gibson a little frustrated, wants some cutters moving downfield when he gets the disc in his hands. Dalton Smith tips the disc and manages to tip it back into his own hands. And we have a call. Josh Ackley down in the stack for Bravo. Pick called. Smith. He's going to unleash a forehand, looking for Gibson in the end zone. That's a great throw, and it's in and out of the hands of Kurt Gibson, wearing gloves, but it bounces out of his left hand. Maybe a little bit too nonchalant.
Maybe so. I mean, you know, he went with his left hand, which is the hand you want to go to when you have a disc blading in like that, but it really seemed like he could have gotten two hands on that.
Into the middle for Hittis Sneeder. And now it's going to be a big backhand from Bravo. Craig Forshee putting it up, looking for Mickle. Mickle going up between two defenders, and he can't come down with it this time, and he's frustrated, punching the ground. Again, I think that was in and out of his hand.
It was, and that's great, you know, and that's, you know, a little bit of a different situation than Gibson's drop earlier, because you had Dalton Smith coming up on the backside, and though Smith is not as tall as Mickle, having that player coming around on the backside creates a lot more pressure on Mickle as a receiver.
Gibson on the cone. We're back to square one for this double-wide D-line offense. It's Dalton Smith working with Gibson, and that throw is no good from Smith, and it'll be a quick, easy score for Bravo. Bart Watson with the score, and not quite on the same page there in the handler set. Dalton Smith, a rookie last season on double-wide, and big part of the Texas A&M team that has been a rising program in the college division, but it's now 7-5 Johnny Bravo, and Gibson frustrated as they let that one get away.
And that's really a big opportunity for double wide that, pardon the expression, Charlie, but it slipped right through their fingers. You know, if you're double wide, you're thinking if we score that point, we're putting our big cup on. We're possibly getting a turn that way, even though Bravo did look strong against that earlier. But we're forcing them to go upfield offensively or upwind offensively, and we're putting ourselves in a really good situation. As it stands, you know, you're right back where you started. You have your offense going downwind. You're still down a couple breaks, and you're wondering, when are we going to make our move? When are we going to make our move?
7-5 the score. Johnny Bravo leading double wide in this quarterfinal. This is Ultiworld's coverage of the 2013 Club Championships presented by Spin Ultimate and Rise Up Ultimate. Be sure to get 15% off any Rise Up season by forwarding your receipt from this tournament on to Rise Up. Rise Up is the first and only professional instructional video series for the sport of Ultimate, as we see Alex Thorne ripping a big flick downfield right into the hands of Loscorn on the money throw from Thorne. Now DiGirolamo will hit Thorne, and Thorne will go into the end zone, look for Max Cook, but it's going to be too high for Cook. He can't bring it down, and that's twice we've seen a disc go over the head of Cook, one of the shorter players on this double-wide roster. And Thorne following up an excellent huck with a little bit sloppy short range throw, and it'll be Bravo with a chance to break for half here. Big huck going up. Eric Johnson looking downfield. It's going to be contested, but it's going to be a big grab just outside the end zone. Bravo going to tap it in on the line, and they're going to punch it in. Hilka Sneeder with the goal. Heads down a little bit as Bravo is pumped up.
And obviously heads are going to be down here. You know, the frustrating part about this new format is that you don't have as much time to kind of establish yourself in the position that you want. And now, you know, here's double wide thinking, you know, up to this point, with the exclusion of a loss to Ironside, we put it together just about as good of a resume at this tournament as anybody could expect. and Ironside is looking very good, but by beating GOAT, by winning the other 2 games in their pool fairly handily, and all of a sudden they're staring quarterfinals right in the face against, arguably the best team of the tournament at this point, Johnny Bravo. You have to be frustrated with how this first half has turned out.
8-5 the score here at the break. It's Johnny Bravo leading Doublewide. We'll be back in 10 minutes for the start of the second half here on Ultiworld. Our coverage today presented by Spin Ultimate. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go take down the trail.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Check.
Welcome back for second half action of the 2013 Club Championships presented by Spin Ultimate. We're underway here in the second half. It's Johnny Bravo starting on offense with an 8-5 lead against Austin Doublewide. Talk about some keys to this half in a moment. Right now we'll follow the action here. It's going to be Doublewide with a chance to extend their lead to 4 here on this offensive point. And you got to imagine that Doublewide sees this as a really important time to get one back. They had some chances in the first half that they missed out on. Notably, Kurt Gibson dropping a nice throw from Dalton Smith in the end zone. Good defense here on the dump. Doublewide, but they get it off. Ackley in the middle. Big layout, and it's going to be a D. Spectacular play there for Michael Kramer. He's had some tough matchups all game long. Kurt Gibson is going to throw the hammer, even though I'm pretty sure there's going to be a stoppage. But now, everyone claiming there was no call, and it looks like Bravo, in fact, did not make a call. Some of the Bravo players walking back to the line. Unclear exactly what happened here. Observers have yet to make any kind of ruling.
It does look like there's going to be a call. There's a little bit of drama playing out between Smith and Ackley this entire point. Smith lined up in a position where he was, definitely questionable whether or not he was in a legal marking position. Ackley trying to abuse that by throwing an inside-out backhand and drawing the foul. Here's coming to the observer, and he's ruling no foul.
So will be no foul, but that throw from Gibson into the end zone will not be a score. So the disc is tapped live by Jimmy Mickle. Gibson will run to the disc. Thinks about putting it up to Dalton Smith, but looks off. Gibson gets it back. Stoppage downfield. More bumping back and forth between Dalton Smith and Josh Ackley. Here's Smith, pick called. Jesse Ream made the call, covering Tyler DiGirolamo, who's at the front of the stack. Smith, working on Ackley, gets it to Gibson. Gibson, little backhand to Smith, gets it right back. Fakes up the line. Again, a lefty backhand to Smith. And now Smith knocked down. No call, or at least a contact. And Smith steps around and gets the disc into the end zone for Gibson. And so it's going to be a break to get things going here for Doublewide in the second half. And the returning national champions aren't going anywhere, Michael.
No, they're not. And, again, I'm questioning some of the attention to detail that Ryan Farrell said Doublewide needed to be paying. On that point, you saw some drama unfold between Ackley and Smith. Ackley was trying to throw through Smith's mark. He wasn't liking how Smith was marking him, and he was trying to make him pay by continuing to throw through what he thought was fouls. But he continuously was risking turnovers. He had a couple kind of wobbly throws, and then that one that came just a little bit too inside, and Michael Kramer jumped all over it, getting a huge layout D on Jimmy Mickle. And then when Ackley went to the observer and he thought he was going to have backup, the observer said, no, you're throwing into the mark. That's not a foul. And all of a sudden that's a turnover. And instead of extending your lead coming out of halftime, you've now shrunk it. That is, in my mind, getting too kind of absorbed in whatever gamesmanship is happening between you and your defender and not paying attention to the scope of the game, which is, you know what, if he's marking me too hard, let me find a way to draw the foul without there being any question and not risking a turnover.
I want to note the maturation of Dalton Smith, who's been put in a much bigger role here at the club championships in 2013. Last year, played on their D-line as well, but was mostly used as a very small role player. Tried to put him out there to get some athletic Ds, but you see him now in a handler role working together with Kurt Gibson. We'll see how that plays out throughout the rest of the game. Bravo now working on offense. Brian Farrell with it on the sideline. Farrell going to swing to Lance. And Lance going to step around and throw a huge backhand, looking downfield for Westbrook all alone. Westbrook's going to come down with it. It's a great shot from Lance. And it's 9-6. Bravo offense gets back on the right track.
And Dan Emmons is not happy. And there you have Lance. You know, we caught some grief for being a little bit too high on Jimmy Mickle after that Chain Lightning game. And Lance is doing his best to make sure that we talk about somebody else other than Jimmy Mickle on this Bravo roster. That's his second time that Bravo has either been in a very crucial situation. He threw a full field 70-yard flick bomb to earn a break, or they've been in a kind of precarious situation. They give up a break out of halftime. They're risking giving up some momentum to this double-wide team. And Lance gets called on to the offense from the defense, and he comes out and he throws a very sharp backhand to an open receiver in the back of the end zone. He's playing a very big role on keeping this Bravo team even keel.
9-6 the score. Nick Lance out there for a defensive point coming up here for Bravo. Not a lot of margin for error for this double-wide offense now. They're going to need to hold for most of the second half if they want to have a chance to get back in front. Double-wide trailing by 3. Here's the pull from Lance.
Lance on the pull.
Loading down to Alex Thorne in the center of the end zone. Loscorn. Dishes to Cook, out to the outside for Thorne. Kurt Gibson here. He's going to throw the big flick, tries to go over the top, and what a grab by Loscorn. Going up in an awkward position and making the play. He'll dish to DiGirolamo. Goes right back to Loscorn, and there's, I believe, a travel call.
Max Cook is not impressed with that call.
It's Conker making that travel call from well behind the action upfield. So all the players now resetting. Loscorn will check the disc in. Stall getting high. Gonna have to go into the end zone, and it's gonna be a D for Bravo. So Bravo with a chance to open up this lead. Lance throws right into Kieran Thomas. Sideline fired up because they think it was a point block. Lance saying that he was fouled as he was releasing the disc. Very hard to tell from here just when the contact was made.
Based on the way that Yeah, I'm going to agree with Greg Connolly there. Based on the way that disc came out of his hand, it really looked like it was kicked out of his hand. Not that it was flying out of his hand and then kicked from behind. A lot of times you can tell a lot about the way a disc flies. You can tell a lot about when the contact happened.
As you might have heard on the sideline, some loud booing of the observer's ruling and the call. Pretty pro Austin crowd here, as you might expect. Lance in the middle. 9-6 the score here. Bravo leading double wide. Eric Johnson gonna unleash a huge hammer, and it's perfect. Right to the spot. Absolutely no problems for Matt Farrell as he comes down with another big huck. And Johnson getting on the board with one of the better throws we've seen this weekend. And it's 10-6. Bravo with a 4-point lead over double wide.
And that's the kind of throw and play that, as a spectator, you just kind of have to smile and shake your head and say, you know, Eric Johnson is a player who's capable of making plays that not a lot of other players are capable of making. You know, before the chain Bravo game that we broadcast yesterday, I was walking across the field and kind of out of the corner of my eye caught someone just bombing, you know, 45, 50-yard hammers to the back corner of the end zone as a warm-up throw. And I kind of made a note to myself and just said, who is that thinks they need to warm up that throw? And it was none other than Eric Johnson, and he was putting those hammers on a dime, and shows how much I know as he unleashes that throw in game for a very important break.
10-6 the score. Huge play. Sidelines getting a little bit restless, pulling for this double wide team. Sidelines have continued to grow throughout the course of this game. Gregerson pulling for Bravo. Loscorn to receive for double wide. Kurt Gibson swings to Loscorn. Side stack look here from double wide, moving away from that vertical stack. DiGirolamo gonna put up a big huck. This is gonna float up. It's anybody's disc. A lot of contact there. We may have a call.
Call.
And looks like we're gonna have an uncontested foul call in the end zone. It's Rory Orloff. He'll run it to the line, looking for Gibson. He'll flip it up, and Gibson will bring it down. Nice throw into space there from Orloff to Gibson. Now 10-7, but frankly, double wide sort of got away with one there. Another contested huck. They managed to come down with it that time on the uncontested foul. But Johnny Bravo getting double wide to take some risky shots, and more often than not, they've turned into breaks.
Yeah, and you know, obviously it's a little early to be kind of having this conversation at 10-7, but part of what might be contributing to Bravo's success here is how easily they've won their games thus far this tournament. And you see that in that last defensive line. Bravo, I don't want to say they threw that last defensive line to the wolves as Ryan Farrell was out on the line, but that was definitely not one of their top defensive lines.
And you have to wonder how much is double wide missing the presence of Will Driscoll, who's been an outstanding deep receiver for them all season. He's on the sideline, hampered by a hamstring injury that he got during the pre-quarter round against Goat. Has not played a point, is not suited up to play here against Johnny Bravo. Kurt Gibson on the mark against Bart Watson. Watson will swing to the middle for Westbrook. Goes up the field to Lance. Lance steps out, fakes the forehand huck. Moves it to the sideline for Watson. Now Watson gonna swing to Mickle. Lance in the middle. Mickle going deep. Lance is going to float it up for him. And what a play by Jimmy Mickle. Over the outstretched hands of Michael Kramer. Mickle coming down with it. And Mickle, who's had a bit of a quiet game, shows up there with a huge play, and it's now 11-7. Johnny Bravo leading Doublewide.
Yeah, then you also have to point to the casualness of that throw from Nick Lance. You know, he was there was a lot of people around him, both on the offensive side and defensive side of the disc. He didn't have his regular backhand release path to throw the disc, and he kind of nonchalantly said, well, if I don't have my regular backhand release path, I'll just have a high release backhand that flies 45 yards through the air and perfectly with a perfect angle for Mickle to attack the disc over the top of Kramer. Again, Lance showing up and playing a big role on this team. And, you know, with every goal that Bravo scores, a double-wide comeback becomes less and less likely here.
11-7 the score. Doublewide with a 4-point lead over Bravo. Doublewide's body language not good here. Alex Thorne receives the pull and gets it to Gibson. Really relying on Gibson. We talked in the pregame about Gibson being more of a distributor, but Doublewide really leaning on him in this game to make plays. Gibson gets it to the outside. Ethan Pollock, and Pollock, who really hasn't played much at all in this game, sends his first throw, I believe, of the game out of bounds as he looked for Kieran Thomas.
To pick up for Bravo.
And Pollock formerly played for Johnny Bravo. And now Bravo looking to extend this lead. Eric Johnson with it in the middle. He'll move it to the outside for McShane. McShane, a long swing and too much. Pollock open deep, but now he'll be covered as Gibson picks up. Moves to Cook in the middle. Cook flips it over to Pollock. Cook for Loscorn near the cone and into the end zone for Alex Thorne. 11-8 now. Doublewide catches a break after the miscue on the swing pass from Bravo.
And if, you know, the pre-quarters round in the men's division was everything that a spectator would have hoped it would be, quarterfinals is kind of living up to similar billing. Latest score update has Ironside up 11-5 over Chain. Revolver was up 9-6 last I saw over Sub-Zero. And I haven't gotten a recent score update on the Sockeye Machine game. It seemed like it was also close for a little while, but I'm not too positive where it stands now.
Of course, you can follow along with scores at home on our Club Championships tournament page on Ultiworld. Live updating Twitter accounts and scores that you can watch along right alongside this stream. 11-8 here. Johnny Bravo leading Doublewide. Kurt Gibson playing again. He's gotten a lot of run in this game. And the pull is up. They need a run. Just one break here and there is not going to be enough for Doublewide. They need to get 2 or 3 in a row. As we see Bart Watson rip a big backhand downfield for Mickle, and Mickle all alone. But there's going to be a travel called. And I actually saw that it was a travel from this view. We'll see what the observers say. I thought Watson dragged his toe as he put that throw up. And they're going to overrule that travel call. So they disagree with me. And it's going to be a score for Jimmy Mickle. And it's now 12-8. And Doublewide is looking scattered on the sidelines as they send the offense back out to the field.
I mean, they have to recognize at this point that, you know, they need to score 7 goals in the same time frame that it would take Bravo to score only 2 goals. And quite frankly, with the way Bravo's been playing, it's just completely unfeasible. I mean, it's just not gonna happen.
Doublewide can't think in those terms, though. I think if you're the coach of Doublewide, you're out on the line talking to the players, you can't be saying, hey, we got to score 7. You say we got to score 1, right? They need to score on offense, and then they need to go out and they need to get a break. And like I just said, if they can put together a 3-0 run, just back-to-back breaks, they're right back in this game. And you have some momentum. Maybe Bravo tightens up a little bit, but right now Bravo's playing fast and loose on offense. Things are clicking, and you know, Doublewide just hasn't taken advantage of the few opportunities that they've had to put breaks into the end zone.
And obviously, I think a big thing for Doublewide is to take away what's easy for Bravo. I mean, Jimmy Mickle continues to catch hucks in the end zone. You just can't let that happen anymore.
Eric Johnson covering Gibson with the disc. Gibson will find Thomas on the sideline, and Thomas is going to put a blading flick out to the end zone for DiGirolamo, and it's going to be Tyler DiGirolamo coming down with it. Disc gets stripped out of his hand as he comes to the ground, but he's going to pick it up, and he's going to kick spike it. So DiGirolamo fired up. And that's really the first time we've seen DiGirolamo get one deep. They look to him early and often, but mostly poor throws and turnovers looking downfield to him. Now 12-9, Bravo leading Doublewide.
And you know, you wonder where that type of play has been this game. You know, it's not. Yes, Bravo has some incredible athletes. Yes, they have some incredible players, but you know, between guys like Gibson, guys like DiGirolamo, it's not like Doublewide lacks in athletes itself, and they just haven't been able to make those athletic plays to keep themselves in this game at this point. They're going to need to make some of those plays in the next couple points in order to get back in this game.
San Francisco Fury in the women's division leading Brute Squad 12-7. Capitals out of Toronto have it tied at 9s with Scandal. That would be a huge upset for the Capitals, who got a great win earlier today against Traffic in the pre-quarters. As the pull goes up here from Doublewide, it's going to be Ackley receiving the pull. This is a critical point for this Doublewide defense. Westbrook on the sideline. Nick Lance in the middle. Lance finds Jesse Ream underneath. Ream will dish to Watson. Watson looking upfield. And we have a stoppage, foul called. Just a quick score update from the men's division. Sockeye leading Chicago Machine 10-4. So Sockeye in complete control, and looks like they're headed to the semifinals. Jesse Ream on the sideline here. Dalton Smith will check it in. Ream looking about field, but won't take it. And now Watson will take it, looking for Mickle, and it's wide open for Mickle. Great speed. Just runs past DiGirolamo deep. And as quiet as Jimmy Mickle was in the first half, he's starting to heat up here in the second, and it's 13-9. That lead remains at 4.
And we talked about how at some point Doublewide has to take away the easy looks for Bravo, and we saw DiGirolamo just shrug his shoulders after Mickle caught that score, and that's because what else can you do? I mean, at this point, you have to think, you know, he's one of your most athletic players, matched up on one of Bravo's best players, and it's just, you can't stay close to him.
So 13-9, Bravo 2 points away from a semifinals berth and knocking their regional rival Doublewide out of the competition. Doublewide, of course, a revamped team after their national title last season. Big Florida contingent. Big names like Chris Gibson, Brody Smith, and others left the team. Tim Garrett, a notable loss. Garrett playing for Sockeye this season. All those guys left. They picked up some big names in DiGirolamo and Thorne, Ethan Pollock, but haven't quite put it all together here in this game against Bravo. Max Cook flips it out to the outside for Loscorn. Now DiGirolamo. Pick called downfield as Loscorn catches the disc. Disc checked in. Loscorn holding. Flip it up to Gibson. Gibson makes a nice catch. Lefty backhand to Cook. Gibson gets it back near the goal line, and has another lefty backhand. He's used that so effectively today. Hits Ethan Pollock in the end zone. 13-10. And the offense getting the job done, but Doublewide defense unable to get much going here in the second half. One break, that's it. And they're going to need to make a run right here.
Charlie,
want to get back in this game.
Something I want to bring up with you is, looking at these quarterfinals games and where, kind of the direction they're all headed in. For, we've had this conversation, you and I, off broadcast, for all the parity we had all season. What do you make of the fact that it looks like our semifinalists are Revolver, Johnny Bravo, Ironside, and Sockeye? I mean, it's hard to get four more traditional names in men's club ultimate than those four.
Yeah, I think, well, we're going to be writing about this for sure. I think there's a lot of issues at hand. I think some teams simply haven't played at full strength much this season and are coming here now and getting to full strength. Others, like Johnny Bravo, I think are gelling at the right time. You always talk about peaking at the right point in the season, and Johnny Bravo's Ryan Farrell told me before the tournament that last year he thinks they peaked too soon. They were playing, their practices were very intense, and they were playing too well too early in the season, and had a disappointing club championships, missed the quarterfinals. And this year took a much slower pace, lost more games earlier in the year, and are coming here to the club championships as Mickle makes a great grab here on the near side. And frankly, looking great so far here as Ackley goes downfield looking for Westbrook. Westbrook laying out, and he'll make the grab. And that could do it here for Doublewide. They all looking down the field. It's like they're thinking, what happened? 14-10 the score here. Johnny Bravo on the doorstep of a victory. And Doublewide trying to stay positive. There's still time for them, but they would have to put together a run that they simply haven't been able to do at all in this game. Have not scored 3 back-to-back points yet in this game.
And at this point, they would need more than that. Right.
Down 4, they would need to basically score out, 5-0 run to win.
Well, we'll see. I mean, that's this is the first season of USA Ultimate's Triple Crown Tour. I'm sure that USA Ultimate will be pursuing feedback from the teams involved. I've no doubt that some teams have complaints, that some teams like aspects of the Triple Crown Tour. You know, we also can get into the new format at Nationals, what it does for the players, what it does for the spectators here at the complex, what it does for the spectators at home. That's a whole nother conversation to have, and what USA Ultimate's goals are in that area.
Pull goes up from Bravo. Max Cook set to receive. It'll be Gibson in the middle. We'll go to the sideline for Pollock. Cook, Gibson. DiGirolamo in the middle. Back to Gibson. DiGirolamo fakes and opens the window for a backhand break into the end zone for Max Cook. So again, Doublewide offense handling business here in the second half for the most part, but too little too late so far. 14-11 the score, and Johnny Bravo will take the field on offense, needing just 1 point to advance to the semifinals of the USA Ultimate National Championships. Our coverage today presented by Spin Ultimate and Rise Up Ultimate.
What are you taking away about this Johnny Bravo team? You know, given their performance in this game, Charlie, well, what do you have to say about this team and its abilities?
Well, you know, athletically, they look like they've actually outmatched Doublewide so far in this game, which, if you'd asked me that, whether Johnny Bravo would outmatch, or really any team would outmatch Doublewide athletically, I would have thought you were wrong. I'm impressed across the board with their role players up to their top stars. I mean, we've seen outstanding plays from veterans and rookies alike on this team, and I think they're going to be very tough to beat if they continue to play the way that they are so far this weekend. You know, no major departure in style from what we saw from them against Chain. Just making the big plays time and again and forcing some things from Doublewide defensively.
And you know what's interesting about that point that you just made as they received the pull here? That's exactly what Farrell told me they needed to do. When I asked him, how do you approach this game as compared to the other games you played?
Jesse Ream going downfield. This could be the game, but it's going to be a big D in the end zone. Jimmy Mickle unable to come down with it as Dan Emmons makes a big block, but we're going to have a call back at the disc. Jackson Kluwer saying that he was bumped by DiGirolamo, and the throw is going to come back. And DiGirolamo shaking his head, maybe frustrated with the call. Don't believe he is contesting. Oh, now I'm seeing that maybe there was a travel called. Either way, the disc will come back. Will not be a turnover for Bravo. DiGirolamo frustrated. DiGirolamo will tap the disc in. Gets it to Ackley. Swing it around to Watson. Watson fakes the backhand. Ackley. Around to Watson. Ream in the middle. Lance on the sideline. Good patience so far from Bravo on this point. Westbrook. Now Mickle fakes the forehand. He'll go across the field to Watson. And Watson will throw a hammer, and it's going to be a turnover in and out of the hand of Kluwer. DiGirolamo putting some pressure on that, and Kurt Gibson will bring it to the line. Obviously a must-score situation for Doublewide, and we see Jared Wolf, who has barely played for Doublewide, out on the field on that point, but he's going to take the point with a hamstring, looking like he's holding his right hamstring, and I'm not sure he's been healthy the whole game, and I think that's probably why he's been out. Put himself out there for that last point, but apparently wasn't feeling good. Wolf, one of the captains of this team, so Cook will come back in. Kurt Gibson holding the disc for double wide. (14-11) the score here. Johnny Bravo needs just 1 point to advance to the semifinals. Double wide needs a lot more than that. Cook dishes to Gibson. And Gibson's going to step into a big flick, looking downfield for Dalton Smith. Mickle in the area. Smith going to go up and make a spectacular catch in between two defenders. Ream and Mickle can't stop the shorter Smith, and now we have a stoppage on the field. And what a grab from Dalton Smith, keeping the possession alive for double wide. But I believe we may have a travel called back at the spot of the throw from Gibson. And frankly, that's a very similar call to the one we saw earlier with Bart Watson, who dragged his foot slightly, but that call was ruled not a travel by the observers. So we will see.
Gibson has gotten pegged on a travel call on a similar throw earlier this game.
That's right, Michael. And they're overruling the travel call.
Overruled. I mean, it takes a lot to get. It takes a lot of your body to get that much power behind a disc. I don't know if I did not see whether or not that was a travel. I can understand how Bravo would make those calls. Gibson really puts a lot of himself into those big flick hucks. You're shaking your head, so obviously you don't feel the same way.
I just don't like the call. I don't like the call in that situation, and I think really the travel rules need a rethink in the next edition of the rules, because is Gibson gaining an advantage there by maybe moving his pivot foot a half inch or an inch? You know, it's one thing if you're getting an advantage because you're stepping around a mark. It's another thing entirely if you're putting up a big flick huck and your foot goes ever so slightly to the right. How do you determine whether or not his foot moved before the throw or after the throw? I don't like the call there from Bravo. I didn't like it earlier on Watson either. And we now have a timeout on the field with Dalton Smith with very little support up the field. Good time for a timeout, so it should be a stall one situation for double wide coming in off the timeout. Score is 14-11. Johnny Bravo leading double wide.
And double wide really needs to punch this disc in. I mean, this is about as good of an opportunity as they're going to get to earn a break here and potentially get the ball rolling on a longer on extending the game a little bit here. So it's certainly now or never time to some degree.
Something we haven't mentioned too much is Bart Watson and his importance to this Bravo team. He brings some serious championship experience. Ryan Farrell spoke very highly of him and the sort of composure that he brings to this team in the huddle and on the field. Watson will be on the mark here against Dalton Smith. And disc is tapped live here. Smith looking for the dump. Max Cook will get it to Gibson here on the near sideline. Max Cook thinking about going the around break. Now we'll flip it out to Gibson. Good red zone defense here, but now Dalton Smith left all alone, and Gibson will punch it in to Dalton Smith, who caught the big huck over the top of Jimmy Mickle, and then will catch the score. So now it's 14-12. And there's one for double wide, but they have a long way to go to really get back into this game.
Certainly do, but you know, one of the best mentalities you can take in this situation is, you know, one of the unique aspects of Ultimate is that you can only score 1 point on any given point. You can't change up your strategy to any degree and say, well, we need to shoot the three here, or we really need to pass the ball here. All you can do in Ultimate is score 1 point per point. Double wide, if they want to come back in this game, they need to come out, for this point and say, we just need to do whatever it takes to score this point. And they need to have the same mentality about the next point, because there's no other strategy to it. Just get the disc in your receiver's hands in the end zone.
Friendly double-wide crowd on hand here. 14-12 the score. Bravo leading double-wide. Gibson asking for some room to make this pull. Dalton Smith back out on the line. And this disc is going to float down and just out of bounds. So double-wide will bring it to the brick mark.
Disc goes out of bounds. Josh Ackley picks up for Bravo. He'll put it away from the brick mark.
Ackley taps it in, swings to the outside, gets it back. Now he'll throw to Lance on a little inside backhand. Lance thought about the big huck to the end zone, looked it off. Back to Ackley in the middle. Bart Watson, a nice strike cut in the inside throw to Watson. Watson in a power position. He's going to put it up to Mickle. Mickle all alone, but not in the end zone. Mickle has two receivers, but there's going to be a call. I don't know.
And it looks like your favorite call here, Charlie, is Gibson is trying to peg Watson on the travel call.
It's going to get it is issued a travel, so it's upheld by the observer. And same situation. I don't like the call here.
It makes me wonder
slowing the game down.
It makes me wonder just how many championships Bart Watson would have won if everybody had realized that he'd been traveling on all these throws all his career.
Watson with the disc here, and he's going to put it up again. Flick this time, looking for Mickle on the far cone. Mickle can't hang on the far sideline. And I think we may have a call from Mickle here, or maybe just an injury, as on the far sideline, I think that's Dan Emmons getting shaken up by tripping over the sign there on the sideline. And it looks like Emmons is going to take a substitution here. Max Cook will come back onto the field.
And Bravo's going to sub out Josh Ackley for Eric Johnson.
Johnson, a premier defender for this team, and they're going to want him out there. And big turn of events there as Watson gets a disc back after a travel call, but then puts up a risky throw to Mickle. Never quite comes back inbounds. And it'll be Gibson bringing the disc to the cone for double wide. It's 14-12, Bravo leading. Gibson going to throw up the big flick, looking downfield for Dalton Smith. Smith with a couple of steps into the hands of Dalton Smith. The crowd is fired up. Smith pulls his shirt over his head, and double wide all of a sudden is knocking on the door of tying this game up. It's 14-13. Bravo still leading double wide, but things getting very interesting.
And Charlie, I may owe an apology to this double wide team, as I was just speaking too soon on their behalf. I mean, Bravo looked like they had everything just about wrapped up in about as neat a package as you can possibly wrap it up in, and all of a sudden a miscue here, a miscue there. We might be staring another double game point finish right in the face if Bravo can earn a break here. I'm not exactly sure what our cap situation is. I know that I heard the cap horn go off, but I'm not sure at what point. So, unquestionably this is an important point, because double wide will need this to extend the game one way or the other. The question is, if they do get it, what's the situation afterwards?
Let's just take a moment to think about Gibson's impact here. Played nearly every point for this double wide team and just put up a bomb from the cone. A full field flick huck right into the arms of Dalton Smith. And he'll be back out there again. And this is exactly the situation that Doublewide has to feel good about. They've got a 3-0 run. Bravo takes a timeout. You gotta imagine that Bravo's getting a little bit tight. They've been unable to unlock Doublewide in the big games. And will they have what it takes to finish this game here? Lots of strong players out on this Bravo offensive line. Ackley, Mickle, Lance, Westbrook, Watson. And it's going to be Gibson setting up the pole. The crowd, which thinned a little bit as Doublewide was trailing by 4, has gathered back after hearing the roars of the crowd after that Dalton Smith score. And
this is
nervous energy on the sideline.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is, for both teams, you have to have your best 7 out right now. This pole is going to trail and land out of bounds. And it should come to the brick mark. It'll be Ackley picking up for Bravo. As some reinforcements show up on the sideline, Texas Showdown, the Texas women's team is now on the sideline cheering their counterparts on.
Ackley. Ackley's going to call a foul there against Richardson. Richardson raising his hand to acknowledge that indeed it was a foul. Ackley's so good at that step-through backhand. Richardson taps the disc in. Ackley going to put it up, challenging Tyler DiGirolamo deep, and DiGirolamo's going to make a huge play downfield. Gets the block. Goes up the wrong direction. Gibson thought about putting it up, but he's going to go underneath instead to Cook. Cook holding. Going to throw a hammer. Gets it to Dalton Smith. Clumped stack in the middle of the field for Doublewide. And I believe we have a foul call. Gibson calling a foul after jostling a little bit in the stack with Ryan Farrell. Very high energy here now on the sideline.
Dalton Smith is against for Doublewide.
Just tapped in for Smith, and there's a violation or some sort of stoppage.
Farrell's calling Gibson for hooking him there on his cut.
It's a great matchup. Farrell on Gibson, an elite defender against an elite offensive player. And he's calling the same thing. Gibson trying to do a little bit of a swim move action.
Again, this is the conversation. What level of physicality is appropriate? Gibson is certainly, and it's 2 TMFs issued here. Both of them, Greg Connolly stepping in and saying, look, both of y'all are playing outside the rules. You need to clean it up or else this game isn't going to move forward.
So, let's see if we can determine the stall here. Should be pretty high with 2 defensive fouls. It's going to be maybe a bump on the mark, but Nick Lance going to intercept. No call. Lance now going to put it into the end zone looking for Mickle. Mickle all alone, and that's going to do it.
Jimmy Mickle.
The observers signal that it is a score. Mickle spikes the disc, and it's Johnny Bravo advancing to the semifinals of the 2013 Club Championships, getting the win over Doublewide. And those little bumps in the stack may have been the difference on that point. Smith getting a high stall situation, has to put up a little backhand. And Bravo takes over, and it's going to be Bravo finally defeating Doublewide in a big game. 15-13, the final score here in Frisco. And Doublewide will have the South Central title, but it's going to be Bravo advancing and looking to take that national title down.
Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go, keep down the field.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Every time the pressure rises, we play better.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Welcome to Ultiworld's coverage of the 2016 Club Championships here from Rockford, Illinois, presented to you by Friction Gloves. I'm Keith Rayner, joined by Charlie Eisenhood, and we have for you a mixed semifinals matchup between Metro North and Mischief. One of these teams will be advancing to the finals with a chance to lock up a club championship. Maybe not what was expected, Charlie. Metro North, the number 8 seed overall. Mischief, the number 5 seed. So that means neither team came in seeded first in their pool, but here they are in the semifinals.
Absolutely, and they're beneficiaries of being on this side of the bracket, which avoids the top 4 overall seeds in the mixed division. 2 of those other teams facing off right now is Dragon Thrust and Slow White, the 2 and 3 seeds overall here at the tournament. But Metro North and Mischief here have an opportunity to get through both quarters and semifinals with a little bit of an easier path, and both will be looking to get to the finals. Mischief's been there before. They've won a national championship in the past as we get this game underway.
Mischief in the red, pulling to Metro North in the black, and a dropped pull to begin play. A brutal mistake. The nerves get into Metro North, and right away, Mischief is up a break. Not how you dream about it when you're thinking about your semifinals.
No kidding. That is the disaster start for sure. Just an easy one here, getting into the end zone. But you really, obviously not a good start, but it's something you could bounce back from relatively quickly, especially when it's on the first point. You know, it's not like we're talking about giving up a break late in the game, the devastating break later on. So a nice start for Mischief, and they take the early 1-0 lead.
Just really an unexpected turn of events to start this game. Metro North has been very strong. You talked about the path that these two teams have had to take, and those were hard-earned spots on this side of the bracket. Metro North having to go through AMP, the number 1 overall seed in Pool A, and Mischief having to take down the runner-up for the past couple of seasons, Seattle Mixtape, in Pool D in order to win their pools and advance directly into this bracket, into the quarterfinals. Metro North having to battle through Madison Noise in their quarterfinal, which they did so very comfortably. They won that one 15-7. Mischief a bit more of a test on their hands with Steamboat, number 6 overall seed. They took care of business 11-9. Already a better start to this point for Metro North. Mazer fielding the pole and centering it up to Andrew Bosco, one of the captains of this team. Kendrick Bosco now ahead to John Korber. And a stoppage of play as Mazer digs that one out to save possession. Metro North entering the red zone here, looking to get their first goal of the game. Disc in the hands of their star thrower, Chris Mazer, and he goes into the end zone to get them started. 1-1 here between Metro North and Mischief.
So exactly what they needed to do. Bounce back, score, move it down the field. Don't let that fluky start get in the way of your game plan.
Dave Tadayan on the goal. The name we'll probably say pretty often here for Metro North, at least if things are going their way. Now we'll get a look at Mischief's offense for the first time this game.
See them heading out to the line.
Chance to talk here about Evan Boucher, who has been a dominant offensive force for this Mischief team. Guy who has had a lot of elite level experience since moving out to the Bay. Previously playing in Kentucky, Louisville area, Cincinnati. So not really on the big stage, but since he has moved to one of the ultimate meccas, he's really made a name for himself and now is a centerpiece on this Mischief team.
Yeah, he's been tremendous for them all weekend, one of the best performers in the mixed division. And we'll see if he can lead this Mischief offense. Zone look here to begin things for Metro North.
Kalen Ruggs centers it up to Matt West, and now West working in the backfield with Nate Young to start probing into this Metro North zone. John Garrity on the mark, using his length to try and deny some options, but drawing a lot of contact. This cup is very tight. Intelligent move by West to take advantage of all the extra time. Floaty crossfield throw. Rugg tracks it down. And now into the final yards. Boucher with the assist.
Well, that's a pretty great start there for Mischief. Obviously had the throw that hung up there a little bit, but they handle it. And comfortable motion down the field right through that zone. And the flick from Boucher into the end zone for the score.
Boucher to Schumacher. Also a combination we can be talking about frequently. Gina Schumacher has also been one of the key components for this Mischief offense. And there they were able to capitalize on the risk-taking, really. Sometimes you in a zone, you see your chance to attack to try and get that turnover. Lucas Murphy saw that floaty throw and went after it. But if you don't get there, you can put your defense in a compromising position.
Yeah, and it's always the risk analysis that you have to make. What are the odds that I get this? Should I sell out? Should I give up on my defensive position in order to try to make a play on a poach or on a floating throw like that one? And you're right, Keith. If you don't make that play, you can give up the point, but a lot of times it can be worth that chance, even if it's 15, 20%.
Metro North's offense back out. Chance to see some of these matchups start to develop as Bosco centers over to Mazer. Gets things started with John Korber. And now a very fluid offensive point here for Metro North. They're finding some rhythm after a rough start. And now we are back to even 2-2.
Yeah, great flow here from Metro North. Just going up that open side, cutting hard into the space and all the way into the end zone. Big bid there, but not enough. Mischief's going to have to do better defensively to take away those open side throws.
Yeah, the open side available there for Metro North. Simple, fundamental, but an easy way to generate a lot of flow is to just keep getting open to the open side with hard cutting. We'll see what kind of defensive look Mischief will be facing on this possession. Charlie, the conditions have really changed today from what we saw on Thursday and Friday. We had a lot of wind, and now we have a bit calmer conditions, still some breezes here. But
yeah, it's a totally different game. I mean, I think that's what we'll have to take away from earlier in the weekend. This is what we expected coming in here to Rockford. We were going to have a very windy first 2 days, followed by pretty still conditions. And that's what we have right now. There's a light breeze, but pretty good offensive conditions. So it's a complete change of pace as these top teams face off here in the semifinals today.
Another cup zone here from Metro North. And Matt West gets the disc up the middle, right through the gut to Schumacher, and now she and Boucher are looking to gain some yardage. Disc wide out to Andrew Berry.
See Metro North sticking with the zone all the way here in the red zone.
West takes some contact there. And now just looking for that final hole. They find it. Berry into the end zone for Boucher.
Well, just too many seams in that Metro North defense right now. They're not effectively taking away anything. There have been throws over the top. There have been swings through the middle. they need to figure out what they're trying to do and contain Mischief a little bit more. Right now, it looks like regular flow offense, and that's not what you want to see when you're running a zone D.
Yeah, Metro North looking a little frenetic on defense and not particularly disciplined, and I think that's impeding their ability to take away some of the options that this defense is probably structured to deny. Now, Metro North is not a team that gets to practice very frequently, if at all, and that can challenge your ability to set a cohesive zone defense. The winner of this game will advance to the final. They'll play tomorrow against the winner of Boston Slow White and Minneapolis Dragon Thrust. That game went to half with Slow White in a commanding 8-5 lead. Big slate today, 2 semifinals in each division. Bigger sidelines, larger crowds, and a lot on the line here in Rockford.
Yeah, just getting started here on semifinals Saturday.
Mazer now facing a Mischief zone, the first look we've seen from them of this sort. Although who knows what they might have set had the pull been caught on the first point. Nice job by Mazer to get over the top of the cup and break free here for Metro North. Now Mazer just a few yards out. He and Andrew Bosco have really been working the disc effectively, and Lauren Doyle's backhand towards the end zone is now a source of controversy as to whether Mazer was in, but after the call, Mazer looks to rush it, check in, and now a goal declared. Mazer to Kendra Bosco.
Well, Mazer tried to call himself in there, and there was some discussion about whether or not that should have been the case. The observers maybe not ruling initially. Hear a cheer go up from the other sideline in the Dragon Thrust Slow White game. But, Mazer really needs to wait for the observer to make the call there, not try to call himself in. And then Mischief was understandably frustrated after he checked it in and immediately continued play. That is allowable, but you can understand Mischief's frustration after there was some confusion about whether the play was going to continue or not.
Yeah, Mazer not very interested, it looked like, in communicating with receiving communication from the other parties involved. But regardless, we'll move on to a score of 3-3 here between Mischief and Metro North. Mischief leading by a break. If you're just tuning in, missing out on the game-opening dropped pull that gave up that break. Dragon Thrust looking to make a comeback in the other semifinal. They're trailing 9-5, but just got a big play out of Pat Niles. We'll keep you updated as we get more from that game taking place on ESPN3. Now Matt West and this Mischief offense still trying to find their way through the zone. Looks like a different zone here. Still a cup, but applying some pressure in some other areas with some trap looks. Metro North trying to pin Mischief to this sideline. Excellent mark here from young Joe Fontaine, but eventually Mischief finds a release valve. And these calmer conditions are allowing throwers like Matt West to find a lot of over-the-top space and cracking through the zone. Bid there from Murphy, throw over the top, but ultimately hauled in by Preeti Nalavade for another goal. 4-3, Mischief leads.
And a great finishing throw, and you can see all of the different kinds of cup-breaking throws. This is a beauty cross field into the end zone.
Matt West looking extremely comfortable in the backfield against this zone.
Well, you can see right now both teams running zone like we're still playing in the wind, but we're not. And both offenses looking very comfortable here early as the conditions are excellent for offense. They have not been that way the rest of this weekend. And I think one thing to keep an eye out for in this semifinal and the others today, whichever team does a better job of effectively changing their game and style to the new conditions first is going to put themselves give themselves an advantage for later in the day.
Yeah, conditions expected to resemble this tomorrow in the championship games. May see a little precipitation here and there. We got some light rain this morning.
See Chris Mazur and the Metro North offense getting set here.
And they will get underway here as Mazur fields the pole and centers up to Andrew Bosco. Both former New York Pony players. And a turnover here, just the second of the game for Metro North.
Poorly angled throw behind the intended receiver, and now good field position here for Mischief.
Mischief looking for options here. Disc now in the hands of Robert Yeagle. Push pass reset there to Jacob Serrano and a block, but that will be called back on a foul.
Oh, and it looked pretty clean at the outset, but those are always bang-bang plays on those hand blocks. Let's take a look at this one. Does Mazur get a clean block here? There's a lot of contact on the arm. The question is whether that block happened before that contact.
Even in the replay, Charlie, it's bang, bang, and I would be inclined just at first blush to call it a foul, but the observer does not agree.
And actually talking about this morning with some of the Ultiworld staff about how observers have really started to allow a little bit more contact at the mark. You're not seeing the same kinds of allowable step through and throw through the body kinds of plays that you used to see a lot in Club Ultimate.
Kendra Bosco now with the disc on the opposite side for Metro North. But to go back to your point, Charlie, I think that maybe the pendulum swung where we had really a lot of bumping on the mark, a lot of illegal marks in order to deny free options as we see Kendra Bosco's forehand hit the turf before its receiver.
Yeah, and we've now seen marks start to step off, and when throwers try to create contact, they're not getting those calls.
Now the disc in the hands of John Greenberg, but a pick call here as Yeagle comes underneath. And Metro North's O-line has experienced some trials so far in this game, but have played good defense. We'll see if they can continue that trend and perhaps hold here, already trailing by a break to Mischief. Yeagle with the disc as another pick is called. Yeagle resetting to Greenberg. Nice around break there from Greenberg. Now Brett Peterson searching for an option as the stall count rises. Great layout grab there by Greenberg, and that sets up an assist. Another break there. Jessica Madding on the receiving end of that one, and Mischief goes up a second break, now leading 5-3.
Well, this was looking like it was going to be Mischief's point the whole way. Greenberg with the big save on the layout, and then he gets the little backhand dish for the score. That's Mischief's second break. Metro North still in the hunt. And now, starting to look back at that first point, the dropped pull, starting to look a little more painful as Mischief extends the lead.
And Charlie, you know, you practice a lot of great fundamentals. You practice putting your teammates in the best situations possible. You want to make the game easy. But in order to get to this level, in order to do something like reach the finals of the club championships or win nationals, sometimes you have to make plays. And there, a great job by Greenberg to bail his team out of a tough spot. Peterson with a high stall count situation, no reset, puts it out to space, and you don't win the national championship without making some plays. Mischief set to pull. Kevin Smith, one of their key defenders and key players after the turn, set to pull to this Metro North offense. Looks like they've actually brought out a lot of their D-line here after giving up a break. So some new faces here for the Metro North offense. Sean Murray resetting the disc to Mazer. Now, disc in the middle in the hands of John Palmer. The big man gets a reset to Mazer. Now Mazer pumps a deep shot. Mazer with the matchup with Ari Weitzman. And any team that plays against Metro North knows denying Mazer's ability to get easy resets is a critical component to trying to slow down their offense, and Weitzman is the guy that Mischief believes can get the job done. Another stoppage here. Weitzman and Mazer discussing. Mazer, in his first year here with Metro North, is one of the big reasons that people had high expectations. The team finished 7th at Nationals last year, so already a strong core, but Mazer, Team USA representative, has had a lot of success as a thrower in the game, but not there. Weitzman with a huge stuffing foot block on the mark.
Well, Mazer was leaning that direction and just smart to get over onto that side as he looked to pump that backhand up the line. And you can see Metro North's offense out of sync here these last couple points. Good defense from Mischief, and now they have a chance to get another break, but no, it's taken away.
A call here against Mazer, who's on 2 situations made great defensive plays after Metro North turned, so.
Well, the observer's going to talk about it, so we'll take another look. It certainly looked totally clean when we watched it in real time. That's just a layout, and there was some contact, but he got there first.
Looks like the call is rescinded. Odd moment here also as John Palmer began doing push-ups on the field. Perhaps a little self-punishment for a mistake. But regardless, the disc back in the hands of Metro North. And now with Andrew Bosco. And it looks like this battle between Mazer and Weitzman is going to be a fun one to watch, Charlie.
Absolutely. Mazer just got that backhand break off. That's the same one he tried to throw up the line, and Weitzman jumped the lane and got the huge hand block.
Stoppage here due to a pick. Disc still with Bosco. Smith on the mark before the reset. Now a touch here for Taylor Simpson. And a block there by Schumacher. This Mischief defense is firing right now.
We've seen a really nice job so far from the Mischief women, taking Metro North's female cutters out of it a little bit, and a big play there on the layout.
Another zone here after the turn from Metro North, but a hammer by Smith breaks things open. And now Mischief has entered the red zone. Smith, blade towards the end zone, is a little too tall.
Well, that's a rough mistake because he had a wide open cutter and just threw it too high.
Looked a little rushed there from Smith. A lot of space to work with, but after the fake, tries to get off the throw quickly. Perhaps doesn't execute it at the level he was looking for. Looks like an injury sub here is going to stop play. Both teams taking the opportunity to get some fresh legs on the field. So after giving up a break here, trailing by 2 breaks, Metro North still fighting to get a hold on this lengthy multi-possession point. We're going to take a quick break right here before the teams resume play. We'll be right back with you.
Well, they're going to get started right away, so we'll hold off on heading to commercial.
Another bid here from the Mischief women, playing aggressive, sensing perhaps some nerves, some mistakes, and another play by this defense is going to set up a short field opportunity for Mischief. And that one into the end zone. The observers' hands are up, and Mischief goes up by a third break, 6-3.
Well, and Weitzman gets the score there, and Mazer sort of stood there and was talking to his teammate about asking whether or not she was fouled, and let Weitzman get open on the forehand side. And now it's a 6-3 deficit for Metro North.
And it seems like Mischief is really in the heads of this Metro North team, and maybe Metro North agrees they're going to take a timeout. So we'll take this opportunity to take a brief break.
A rough start here for Metro North early in the first half. The drop pull, some struggles offensively. Mischief women really looking impressive so far, and that's been the difference, I think. In the early going here, you've seen it's been very difficult for Metro North's female cutters to get open, and that's meant a lot of tough resets for the Metro North offense that haven't been able to get into flow in the last couple of points, and Mischief really taking advantage of the opportunities that they've had.
Yeah, I don't even know if some friction threes could help get them out of this situation because the defense is applying a ton of pressure. Throws and catches going to be challenging when you've got red jerseys flying in front of you. But this is a chance for Metro North to recollect themselves coming out of this timeout. More traditional offense here, except for one absence. Chris Mazer needing a break after quite a few points here in the early goings. So they will sub in one of their primary D-line handlers here. And now here's Dave Tadayan. Andrew Bosco gets open. And now we're seeing more of that open side offense Metro North got off to a good start with. And a huge block. That window looked open there for Mischief, but Brett Peterson closed it in a hurry. Big Huck going the other way. Corber and Chase, giant bid there, but empty-handed. And a chance to really seize any momentum available to this Metro North team.
I think that's a great look to go deep there. A little too tall for the receiver, but a good opportunity to try to get the quick break and really put the pressure on Metro North as we see another layout deep, but we're going to get a foul call right away here.
Definite disagreement coming right from Mischief off the start here. Devin Ray Williams trying to break up the play.
Let's see. Oh, and it sure looked clean from here.
That was
Bosco saying maybe that he caught it first, but that's going to be overruled, and I think correctly.
That looked like an excellent block there by Devin Ray Williams. Does a great job getting his body out in front of the cutter
and avoiding the
contact with the outstretched hand. This Mischief defense looks very impressive in the early goings. They are generating blocks, and now going to the end zone. Bosco gets it back with an emphatic goal-saving block.
Oh, that's a huge play, and a better throw would delivered a score there if that had gone up the line and not hung up there in the air. But a little too much loft, and Bosco maybe baiting the throw a little bit, gets there and knocks it away.
Well, I think Devin Ray Williams made his attack point very obvious from the get-go. And now Bosco's attacking deep into the outstretched hands over the heads. Mischief players in a pile around Dave Tadayan. And we're going to get one of those 3-car pile-up calls.
Well, we're seeing some poor foul calls here for the most part, and we'll take another look at this one. It's always tough in those three-car pile-up, as you put it. And there was definitely the two Mischief defenders came in and collided with the Metro North receiver. The question is, did that impede his ability to make that catch? I think that one more of a reasonable foul call than the one we saw from Bosco earlier. And that's going to be a tough one for the observers to adjudicate.
Yeah, it's always difficult to suss out exactly what's happening when you have 4 or 5 bodies in the same spot. Who owns what position?
And there will be called a foul. So a break for Metro North, and they could sure use one of those. And they will get the disc down in the red zone with a chance to get the hold and close the gap to 2.
Big opportunity here for Metro North to get a hold after conceding 2 straight breaks and nearly a third. Just moments ago, they were on their own goal line, and now they're looking to punch this one in. Seth Kennedy into the end zone, and no dice there for Metro North. They just cannot solve the pressuring Mischief defense. Pick call. Or, excuse me, a timeout call here by Mischief.
So Mischief still with another chance here. It's been multiple opportunities on nearly every offensive point for Metro North here. And everything going very well for the defense. Even though they haven't been extremely efficient with their scores, they've often had to take 2 or 3 shots at it to get the break. They've been able to create 2 or 3 opportunities every time.
And that's I think the biggest thing for this defense. They aren't just getting unforced errors. It's not a series of drops or terrible throws by Metro North. They're going out and generating turnovers. They're getting hands on discs. And that's the kind of thing that'll keep the energy in your corner. They are all over this Metro North offense. And honestly, Metro North looks a little bit stunned. They're on their heels right now. And they could use a big play to try and draw them back into an even position. Trailing by 3.
And I mean, at this point, you're just trying to get your offense off the field if you're Metro North. Try to give yourself some rest, if anything. We already see Mazer taking this point off. But, you know, they talked before this game about their depth. It's always difficult when you can't get your offense off the field because you get tired.
It seems that there was an injury substitution, perhaps during the timeout or coming out of the timeout. Mazer has subbed in for Seth Kennedy on Metro North, and Evan Boucher subbed in here for Mischief. So they get to put one of their key O-line weapons on the field, and it's Mazer who's going to take that assignment.
Another fun matchup there. We'll keep an eye on that one as Mischief looks for another break coming out of this timeout.
It shows how critical it is for Metro North to protect this one, because you don't often put your best offensive weapon on your opponent's best offensive weapon. You want to keep your guy fresh. Tall throw there, hauled out of the air by Serrano. And now he's putting up a huge backhand. It's hanging. Boucher with Corber and chase. Boucher goes up. Not able to come down with it. Well defended there by John Corber.
Yeah, Corber put the pressure on. Boucher, though, probably should have come down with it. It was off his hand.
Showing off the springs there.
Yeah, he definitely got up for that one, and I'm sure he'll be frustrated that he didn't bring it down.
Now Metro North's offense back to work. Only 3 goals through these first 9 points. Mazer inside backhand Huck looking for Tadayan. Tadayan with the read and pulls it in with the left hand. Hard fought, hard earned hold there for Connecticut Metro North. They trail 6-4.
Well, and there's Mazur's impact. Comes on for the injury, bombs the backhand inside out over the head of the defender. And Tadayan there to pull it down. That's a great throw from Chris Mazur.
That might have been even an and one there. Some contact from the mark, but man, Mischief inches away with that red zone possession after the Devin Ray Williams block. But Andrew Bosco able to protect his end zone and help his team get a critical hold. And now they finally can get their defense back on the field. But Charlie, this Metro North defense has not gotten a lot going here. Their zone has not proved particularly disruptive, and they are not generating a lot of turns.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we saw the zone again, the way that Mischief carved it up on the first couple of their offensive possessions. They're going to need to figure out something else, try to generate some of that pressure that Mischief is showing their offense.
Mazur staying on and ready to pull here for Metro North. They know they need some breaks.
Excellent pull there from Mazur.
Really putting them right into the back of the end zone, and Matt West will start about a couple yards outside his own end zone with Eugene Yum on the mark, but some poaching here from Metro North's defenders.
And so we are seeing more of a person defense look here with some sagging lane poaches by the off-line handlers.
Boucher up ahead to Evan Bryden. Nice around break, gets Mischief all the way to the opposite side of the field. Bryden in the middle with Boucher and a stoppage.
Mischief offense continuing to look very sharp here. Mischief, the Southwest Regional champions, narrowly defeating the Polar Bears, claim the first bid here to Nationals.
Schumacher. And Nate Young into the end zone for Boucher.
And that's
7-4 lead here for Mischief.
Boucher's speed. He's able to create an easy opening onto the open side, just runs past his defender on the strike cut for the score.
And Mischief emerging out of that always challenging deep Southwest mixed region. Had to go through the likes of Blackbird, Polar Bears. A deep field there.
Many high-quality teams in the region, even if they weren't necessarily the top teams in the country this year, you still have great talent. Teams like Dorado, many Bay Area teams with good talent, forged by fire, for sure, to get to this point.
And it's interesting because not a lot of great opportunities to play against strong teams for Mischief this season. They do not have a lot of Nationals teams on their regular season schedule. In fact, one of the best teams they've played all year, this Metro North team at the Pro Elite Challenge, Metro North beating them 13-9. Although Metro North's roster has been in flux most of the regular season, Nationals one of the first times they've been able to put everyone together on the same field.
And Mischief also not necessarily bringing full rosters to those regular season tournaments. And more than any other division, I think you don't necessarily see teams at full strength until here at Nationals.
Yep, Mischief, playing just 3 teams in the Nationals field prior to Nationals itself. Mazur fetches that one. And now swinging to Sean Murray. Keeping the disc moving side to side, and Mazur gets it in the end zone. to keep this half going for Metro North. 7-5. San Francisco leads.
Yeah, good point there for Metro North. Bit of a low throw here to Mazer, but he gets down to haul it in. And now they have their last chance here in the first half for their defense to make a stand here against this Mischief O-line. I don't know that we've seen Mischief turn it over yet on offense. Saw zone the first couple points, worked through it easily. And last point, we saw Metro North switching to a poachy person look. And again, Mischief moved right through it.
Yeah, they've looked extremely comfortable. They look on the same page, and working together, they have done a great job finding holes and taking what the defense has given them. The team's playing for a chance to advance to the national championship game. They'll compete with either Slow White or Dragon Thrust, and it looks very likely that they'll be taking on that second overall seed out of Boston, Slow White. Slow White just a point away from advancing to the finals behind us. They're at 14-8 on Dragon Thrusts. Matt West taking the centering pass. Mazer comes into mark. Lots of work here early for Mazer. Disc in the hands of Preeti Nalavade. On the sideline, forced to put up a high stall backhand huck. Floating disc, and John Garrity plucks it out of the sky.
So Metro North finally forcing the turnover.
Mazer open deep, separation. He'll take the huck just a couple yards outside the end zone. Metro North looking for their first break. Eugene Yum slides into it for a goal. 7-6, and all of a sudden it's a 1-point game here in the mixed semifinals, Charlie.
Well, just what Metro North was looking for. They're going to be happy to take on those jump ball situations, and a nice forehand there from Mazer into the end zone for Yum and the break. That's Metro North's first of the game.
And Charlie, I'd say maybe 80% of the event points in this game so far for Metro North have involved Chris Mazer.
That's right, and that's why we talked early in the season, all the way back at the U.S. Open, about his impact on this team. Just a dynamic thrower, an excellent defender, has played at high levels in mixed in the past, teams like District 5, which include many of the players here on this Metro North roster, as well as with New York Pony. And he brings a level of dynamic offense that not many can match. And you can see what he's able to do. He's going downfield, he's making big throws, he's playing defense, and that's why you're seeing him play almost every point so far this game.
Yeah, he's got goals, he's got assists, he's got blocks, he's matched up with the top players on Mischief on D, and he has turnovers, he has calls. He's just in the center of this game right now.
And I think the problem for Metro North is that they may not be able to win by just asking Mazer to do everything. And right now he is doing a lot for them. Mischief has looked like the deeper team so far, and I think as this game moves along into the second half, it could get away from Metro North a little bit if they're not careful.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Metro North is able to start getting their women a little bit more involved. We've talked about how Mischief has been dominating the matchups on that side of the field, and really only Kendra Bosco has been able to get very involved for Metro North, and even she has a turnover and two to her name.
But for now, it comes down to this Metro North D-line.
Lucas Murphy ready to pull.
So Lucas Murphy with the pull for Metro North.
Big hanging pull, and certainly with the wind dying down, the quality of pulls has skyrocketed. Saw a lot of out-of-bounds pulls leading up to these calm conditions today as Boucher takes the initiating throw, and then a throw out to space. Nicely done there to hit Young. Doublewide into the end zone, calls for no from the offense, but maybe a bit surprised to see the throw go up. Evan Bryden drops it.
And he had to manage not only trying to make a tough catch, but also keep his feet in bounds. Maybe just that little extra lack of concentration may have made it difficult to make that catch.
Also had to contend with seeing the disc all the way through the bidding body of Teddy Williams. But regardless, Metro North with a disc in their hands and a chance to tie this game, Charlie. It's really felt like Mischief has been in full control, but they may not lead for long.
Well, and in these conditions, a small mistake can cost you right away. You're not seeing the multi-turnover points that we've been seeing earlier in the weekend because the conditions are just much better for offense.
Lauren Doyle with the disc to the open side to Murphy. Murphy winds up a backhand, puts it out in front of Teddy Mason. He's got separation, and he's got another Metro North break, Charlie. We are even 7-7, and the next goal will take us to half.
And Metro North is fired up as they tie this game up. And what a big huck here from Murphy. Just steps into that backhand. Having that lefty backhand there, huge. And the score signaled by the observer.
My, how the tables have turned, Charlie. All the pressure now shifted to this Mischief offense. Metro North having to fight their way out of a hole after starting the game with a drop pull, after multi-possession points in which they were getting blocked multiple times on the mark downfield, and now here they are with a chance to break and take this half.
Well, and you have to look. The efficiency of Metro North. They've had 2 chances to break, and they've taken both of them, and they've scored. And that's the difference so far, is that even though on the whole Mischief's offense has looked better, and even on that last point, they flowed very well down the field. They're 10 yards out, but then a small mistake cost them because Metro North doing a great job of working it the full distance for the score.
How will Mischief's offense respond to conceding 2 consecutive breaks? Certainly a challenging position. They've played in a lot of close games as of late. Had to take down Seattle Mixtape in a close one. Had to battle through a Steamboat team that would not quit. We'll see if they're resilient here as we see another Metro North poachy look. Disc in the hands of Caitlin Rugg. Now Boucher moving the disc quickly to Matt West. Pick call, I believe, in the backfield and away from the play. And Charlie, I will say, even though Metro North has been able to get a couple turns and very efficiently punch those into breaks, they have not slowed down this flow very much. Just mistakes like that one, Matt West chucking a backhand towards the back line and Boucher not able to track it down.
Surprisingly impatient from Mischief on these last couple points. They're doing just fine working it. They've had no problems getting people open, cutters, resets, and then they just seem a little hasty looking to the end zone, and that's cost them so far.
And really an ill-advised look there, but maybe a foul is what affected that throw. Easily blocked by Mischief, but disc is likely to go back. Eugene Yum and Evan Boucher discussing to see what the outcome should be. Not a lot of uncontested calls throughout this game, Charlie. Many calls going to the observer. Teams both adamant in their positions. And a foul is the result, so Eugene Yum and this Metro North D-line offense will keep the disc on their own goal line. Mazer. And this Metro North offense really seems to operate at its best when Mazer has the disc every other throw. And right now, that's exactly what's happening. Mazer just sprinting sideline to sideline after every throw, running maybe 30s each time, and just getting the disc at will.
And picking up yardage along the way. It's unbelievable.
2 players momentarily guarding Mazer, trying to slow him down. This is a clinic from Chris Mazer.
And a great counter there. He'd been going up line the whole time. That time he turned it back the other way and picked up yards over on the open side.
He burns a timeout there, looking completely gassed because he just sprinted 10 times.
That was some serious work put in by Chris Mazer. Literally, he was the offense for that entire sequence. He either threw the yardage gainers or created yardage with his legs.
Or both.
Or both.
And even for a moment there, 2 defenders drifting to him, and which maybe you have to do. Maybe just say, we will force you to throw the disc somewhere else. And they still got it back to him.
Completely sell out your defense in order to stop him. Right now, it's all Chris Mazer for this Metro North offense, but they have a chance to break and take half 8-7 here, just about 20 yards out of the end zone.
What a turn of events, Charlie. And this is, let's not forget, and I know I keep going back to this, but it's just such a momentum sink, such a shocker. It was Chris Mazer who dropped the game's opening pull.
That's right.
And you love to see the confidence to go out there and say, give me the rock.
And to play as many points as he had, I mean, something we'll have to watch for in the second half is can he sustain this level of exertion?
He has played almost every point, and I know people will say that sometimes we belabor the big names, but you cannot just watch that offensive possession and tell us we're exaggerating Chris Mazer's influence on this game. And now in the red zone, Metro North looking to add a 3rd straight break to take this half. Trailing 7-4, they have been rolling. And it looks like there will be an injury substitution here. Devin Ray Williams trotting on for Mischief.
Strange time to get an injury.
Dave Tadayan coming on for Metro North. That's the second time we've seen an injury substitution out of a timeout.
Quote-unquote injury, that's for sure. Let's figure out our matchups.
Hey, we're both fans of the sub during timeout, but
yeah,
just within the rules.
I think it should be illegal to sub during timeouts. That's right.
Mazer checks it in with Boucher on the mark. Around reset to Yum. Pick call, but Yum throws it into the end zone. Now there will be a discussion about whether that was involved and whether or not this dish should stay.
It's a goal.
It's a goal. And just like that, Metro North fires their way out of this hole and will take the advantage in a half with an 8-7 lead.
What a comeback from Metro North here to close out this first half. Chris Mazer doing it all. And he leads them back after the disastrous start, dropping the pull to take half on serve over Mischief. It'll be Mischief receiving to start the second half. We'll be back here in 10 minutes with it for you.
Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go take down the field.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Welcome back to Ultiworld's coverage of the 2016 Club Championships here from the Mercy Sports Corps Soccer Complex in Rockford, Illinois. Presented to you by Friction Gloves. Keith Rayner joined here by Charlie Eisenhood, and we are prepared for a second half showdown in the semifinals between Metro North and Mischief. And really the first half, a tale of two runs, Charlie.
Absolutely, Keith. We saw After the initial dropped pull by Metro North, Mischief gets a break, and they add on 2 more, take a commanding lead, and it looked like they were going to cruise right into halftime. But all of a sudden, it was Metro North surging back behind the play of Chris Mazer, and he led them back and ended up taking the half. Metro North on serve 8-7. So it will be Metro North pulling to Mischief to begin this second half, and maybe a bit of a fresh start for both teams.
No Chris Mazer on this line for the first time in quite a while for Metro North, as Lucas Murphy's pull lands a few yards in the end zone. Mischief finds a wide open Preeti Nalavade. But the reset inaccurate, and it's going to set up a short field opportunity for Metro North. Keep in mind, Metro North has scored all of the last 4 goals in this game.
While Mischief has been able to work past those poaches in the lane early in their possessions, they haven't really done a good job of getting into a rhythm after that. And so you see Mischief swinging it to the sideline and then having to make difficult reset throws back to the middle, and that's how they got the turnover just there.
Now disc in the hands of young Joe Fontaine, dropping it back to Lucas Murphy. Murphy, open side throw, has a target, but a little too low. And there, no pressure on the mark, no pressure on the catch, just a mechanical mistake there for Murphy.
Yeah, the throw just too low. And an unforced error there for Metro North.
And a great opportunity there by Metro North, but it's got to be a little frustrating if you're their star player and you sit a point and they waste a break opportunity.
Yeah, you can see that Metro North is really pinching those throwing lanes a lot more than they were early in the first half when Mischief's offense was looking so good. And they've completely gone away from the zone that they started this game with.
I also think they're doing a much better job on the marks.
Absolutely.
Trying to deny some of these break side options that were allowing Mischief to gain so much forward momentum in their offense.
Pretty straight up, flat marks.
Boucher, deep forehand, separation for Schumacher, and an easy catch for the score. Mischief stops the run and ties it up at 8-8.
Well, and there's the patience that they've needed and waiting for their opportunity. And it's Boucher that finds it, has a wide open cutter, and puts a perfectly placed huck out into that space. And so for the first time in a while, Mischief's D-line back on the field. And they have had a lot of success against that Metro offense.
And I imagine they are chomping at the bit here after having to wait on the sideline and watch Metro North roar back into this game. But now Ari Weitzman, D. Ray Williams,
I was told to come find.
and this Mischief D-line are back on the field and ready to make their mark. The pull here by Brett Peterson, fielded by Mazer and centered up to Andrew Bosco. And a first throw turn there, second throw, turnover by Metro North. And no time wasted. Mischief has taken advantage of these early possession mistakes from Metro North. Just as they began the first half, they now get a break to start the second.
Yeah, just a terrible unforced error. And Mischief takes quick advantage. And unfortunately for the Metro North offense, they
really start the second half much the way they started the first half, with a terrible early turnover.
Now, they could guarantee that they're going to end the second half the way that they ended the first half.
I think they'll take that trade-off.
Maybe that's the plan. Maybe it's like, hey, if we just do the same thing in the first half, it works so well. But I doubt that's the thought process there with that second throw turn.
I think you're right, Keith. Not what you're looking for.
And now they will again have to go through the process of resettling themselves, knowing that they essentially just donated a break to a Mischief team that built a lot of their lead on their defense. We see this Mischief D-line with the pull. Andrew Bosco jogs to field it.
Excellent S-curving pull there.
And some matchup changes here as we see Mischief making some adjustments. Chris Mazer now getting a dose of John Greenberg. Korber. Now all the way to the opposite side with Alson Yum. Really patient approach right now by Metro North, who's working the width of the field with their dump and swing approach.
Pick call downfield here. Mazer holding here for Metro North.
Mazer finds some space up the middle against the poach. And Lauren Doyle has the disc during a pick call.
Lauren Doyle's disc. Coming in at 1.
Doyle looking for an option, looking for a reset. Mazer, great juke there. Finds some room, and now he's going up the line. Towards the end zone to Allison Yum and a foul call. Lots of motion here.
Another call on the play. Allison Young with the disc.
Crowded front cone right now with Yum just a few yards outside the end zone. She elects to go backwards, find some new space. Kendra Bosco. And another call here.
It's been a clunky point. Haven't seen a lot like this one. It's been pretty smooth, save for some calls on catches and contested discs. But here we've seen a lot of pick calls and a little bit.
I would say 70 to 80% of the calls in this game have been picks. Now Mazer, 5 yards out on the break side sideline. Andrew Bosco fakes to break the mark and then finds some inside room. Sean Murray comes up with the goal. And we draw back to even 9-9 here between Metro North and Mischief.
Certainly not a smooth point, but Metro North will take it. They don't ever get impatient. They were willing to work it the entire point. And a turnover-free hold is all you can ask for from your offense.
Did take quite a few throws, but Metro North showing they are capable of working the length of the field in a patient fashion.
If all the spectators on the grandstand side of the second semifinals field would please move back away from the pennants. Please give the players room on this sideline. Thank you.
And the USAU staff now moving back the fans who have drifted this direction after the other semifinal has concluded. So we now know that the winner of this game will play Boston Slow White for the right to call themselves champions. but a larger crowd beginning to collect around these fields, including Slow White now scouting out the opposition. And John Garrity with a layout, Callahan! Oh my gosh! What a play! Metro North in the lead! It doesn't come bigger than that, Charlie.
It absolutely does not. An incredible pull sets up an even better layout, Callahan. That's one of the best plays you'll see all weekend, folks. And we are going to make that undoubtedly the B ultimate play of the game. What an unbelievable play from John Garrity. Let's watch it one more time. Just a giant pull that sat up there, and they did not gauge Garrity's speed to throw a little bit too far out towards the front of the end zone, at Garrity with the unbelievable play.
The 6'1" Garrity out of American University tracking that one down. And what a game changer, Charlie. We have seen some strange things off the pull here to start these points.
That is true. That indeed, the B Ultimate play of the game. B Ultimate Apparel is the ultimate company that makes the best quality with the quickest turnaround time, accessible to college, club, and rec teams.
B Ultimate right now, Charlie. I think fans at home want to be John Garrity. Not often you get to catch a layout Callahan in the semifinals and nationals to give your team the lead.
Yeah, most players have never had a layout Callahan in their life and may never get one. And to get one in the national semifinals in a tight game to take the lead, well, that's the kind of stuff you dream about.
Absolutely, and now Metro North looking to hold on to this lead. We're approaching 10 minutes remaining before the soft cap in this one. And Mischief has to recover from a disastrous mistake. And that lengthy throw up ahead to Schumacher, challenged by the defender, but Schumacher able to get there. And you can sense that the energy here has shifted. Mischief opening up the field. A lot of room. Great upline there by Caitlin Rugg. And now she steps away from a Mischief hold. Blade over the top. Korber sees it the whole way. An impatient decision.
High stall there, and you're right. They get into the red zone. They're just a little too eager to put it in there. Try to get the score. Got to take the reset there, and instead it's a turnover and an easy one for Metro North.
Korber gets some yardage for Metro North, and now the disc in the hands of Chris Mazer. Nearly blocked there by Jenny Wang, but Metro North maintains possession. Murphy, we've seen him fire that backhand huck. Now Korber without a mark. Just like that, Metro North into the red zone and into the end zone for Lucas Murphy. Metro North breaks again, and they lead 11-9.
And what a swing we've seen here. It looked like Mischief was going to set up a great comeback hold after giving up the layout Callahan, but instead they get a high stall turnover in the end zone, and Metro North goes the other way. The layout from Murphy, and they're up by 2.
The largest lead of the game here for Metro North. They have gone on a 7-2 run through the back part of the first half, and that has continued into the second. Timeout here for Mischief. Teams will take a chance to get ready for the final parts of this game, and we'll take a brief break. We are back here, and we have witnessed a wild game, an emotional match filled with big plays and equally big mistakes. Certainly not a perfect performance from either team, but both teams still within striking distance of advancing to the club championship final.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I mean, Mischief may be down 2 here, but they know they have the defense that will be able to get them back into the game. But they're going to have to go out there and get that hold. The patience has not been there for that O-line. They had it early on, And they've kind of gotten a little bit too eager as they get close to the end zone. If they can find that patience, once they get close, they're going to be able to get the hold, put their defense back out there, and start to get back into it. Really, this game has been all about the defenses. They may have outscored the O-line so far in this one.
The offense really looked unchallenged in the first half. And now that Mischief has faced some resistance, they have not risen to it.
I mean, and somewhat true. 95% of the point, they look good. They're flowing. They're getting open. They have open cutters on both sides, and then they'll just make a bad throw at the last opportunity, and that has really been what's hurt them. We'll see what they can do here as the pull goes up for Metro North.
7 of the last 9 scored by Metro North. Can Mischief turn the tide? Caitlin Rugg with the disc. That poaching man generates another turnover. Eugene Yum with the block and the bookends. Metro North, that train is pulling out of the station and they're rolling 12-9 now.
Well, and that's just the worst case scenario for the Mischief offense. Great reset defense from Yum, and then he makes a little move in the end zone, opens up some space, and gets the bookend score. And now just over 5 minutes until the soft cap will go on.
Charlie, you're from New York. You ever ridden the Metro North?
I have. I ride it all the time, in fact.
I have as well, and I will tell you, it has never been as emotional as riding along with these guys. This has been an up and down affair.
You just don't see a game like this all that often. I think the changing wind conditions really opened up the game. We've seen more hucks. We've seen the big plays that haven't necessarily defined some of the other contests we've watched this weekend. We streamed yesterday Ironside versus Sockeye in the quarterfinals, a game that on paper sounds great, but was not particularly interesting. Slow, clunky game, not a lot of big plays. But here, a little bit more open offense, and it's been very exciting. And, when you dial up all the things that happened in this game, drop pull, Leo Callahan, first throw turnovers, that just adds to the environment here at the Fields.
Eugene Yum on the pole here for Metro North, and I'll tell you, Charlie, he could be playing his way into some accolades in the postseason. He has been an impressive part of this Metro North D-line as a pick gets us started. Looks like a pick between a player trying to set the mark, so the disc will not go back, but the player will close in the gap. 4 minutes now remaining until the soft cap, so Mischief having to battle the clock as well as Metro North. Able to find a lot of room against the poaches and the switches here in the Metro North D. Typical Mischief points so far. Finding yardage, finding space. Can they make the right decision for the goal? Shot to the end zone for Schumacher. It's ambitious, and it goes out the back line before she can make a play.
And it was a good decision. The angle was there, and the cutter was open, but the pace on the throw, too much, and it headed out the back of the end zone.
And I'll tell you, after that run, Schumacher looking a little gassed, and I think that could be true of many of these Mischief O-line players who have been put to the test here after rolling to start the game. Yum dropping it off to Vincent Fiacco. And Yum there with a drop on the undercut. A foul call away from the play. William Ollie there, knocked down. And that call is going to send the disc back. A big chance there for Mischief that they won't get.
Talking it over with the observer now.
Nate Young discussing.
It seems like this has already been decided, but maybe just explaining the situation. Billy Ollie for Metro North talking about exactly why he called the foul. And it is being ruled a foul. So the disc will stay with Metro North here as the soft cap looms.
Perhaps a violation here as we try to come back into play.
Still awaiting the restart of this point, and now we are back underway.
Underneath cut here for Adrian Altobelli, and another stoppage. A bit of a stop and go game here at this point. And right away, another stoppage. Foul on the mark there.
And now we have an injury. Adrian Altobelli will have to take one as maybe she had her foot stepped on by her mark. And now maybe Mischief also going to make a substitution. So a long delay here to get this back underway.
And that does not help Mischief's chances of making a comeback as the clock continues to tick away. Reset here to Fiacco. Nice gainer, but a big call.
Metro North has certainly been getting called for a lot of picks.
Now trapped on the sideline. A backhand desperation throw comes up empty. Mischief gains possession. And they have less than 20 minutes to complete a comeback against our Metro North team that has taken full control of this game. Foul call there. Probably a good time to use the contact call, get some flow maintained. But right now, these players are in such high pressure situations, it can be tough to think your way through. Disc on the far sideline and comes up the middle to Weitzman. Weitzman around forehand. And a goal there for Mischief. Not easy, but Evan Bryden goes up and gets it and makes it 12-10 in favor of Metro North.
Critical score for Mischief. They really needed this one to stay within touching distance of Metro North. Game now 12-10, Metro North's favor.
So now this Metro North defense, or offense, will face down the Mischief defense. Early in the game, the Mischief defense asserted themselves with numerous blocks. They were taking the disc away, and right now their team desperately needs that if they want to preserve their chance at a championship. Metro North's offense has been centered around Andrew Bosco and Chris Mazer. Mischief will have to find an answer for those guys if they want to regain the lead. As we see each guy touch it to start. We are underway here to Diane. Up ahead to Yum, and a turnover here by Metro North. Exactly the kind of opportunity Mischief needs. They use it to go deep, but Mazer easily the first one there.
That was a speculative throw, hoping that somebody would be there rather than throwing to an actual target.
Weitzman on the mark against Mazer. Kendra Bosco dishing back to Mazer. Mazer unleashes a forehand huck. But nobody's home there. Korber well short of getting to that one.
Yeah, not enough air underneath that throw from Mazer, but the kind of turnover you can live with when you put the opposition back into their own end zone.
Peterson gets things started with an inside break. Drew Kim getting the touch and a falling down catch there by Catherine Chen. D-Ray Williams catches through a layout attempt, but eventually Mischief gives it back. A lot of dicey plays there, and now here's a blade to Mazer. Uncontested catch. Metro North holds and maintains their advantage. They're up 13-10.
Yeah, and the game's to 14. So now on the doorstep of a victory here, Chris Mazer ended up getting the block and the bookend score. See, he takes off up the sideline, no one stays with him, and it's just an easy blade out into the space. Blown coverage there from Mischief, and you can't lose sight of Chris Mazer, that's for sure.
Mazer putting on an MVP quality performance. Could he be the player of the year? As he has led his team in a position where they are one goal away from advancing to the finals to play Boston Slow White.
Mischief O-line needing a hold. It's do or die time here for San Francisco. They're going to need 4 straight to win this one. That's a tall task. But if there's one consolation, they know that they have that in the tank. They did it in the first half. They piled up the breaks. But it's been a slog for them since early in this game when they led by 3. They had a chance to take half and missed it multiple times.
It seems a world away right now, Charlie. Murphy with the pull. Matt West takes the centering pass. And I do love the spacing of this Mischief offense. So much available yardage for cutters. West into the middle. Mischief advancing steadily with a nice grab there by Schumacher. Now with Young around backhand, seeking the end zone. Blocked, but Jenny Wang stays with it. And a layout grab for Wang. Keeps the dream alive for Mischief. 13-11, they trail.
A lucky break, but Mischief will take it. Disc swings around the horn here. Tipped, but not by enough.
You call it lucky, Charlie, but Jenny Wang out there making her own luck, sticking with the play, getting a second effort grab. And now Mischief gets to put on their defense and hope that they can put together an incredible run to advance to the final.
And on the other side, Metro North sending out that veteran O-line anchored by Chris Mazer.
Crowd is really filled in here. There's currently no other games taking place.
Revolver getting set to take on Ring of Fire on the field behind us in the men's division.
I haven't seen Corky. Actually, that's not true. I think she might have been on
One of those teams will advance to finals. One of these teams will be playing for a championship tomorrow. If Metro North scores, it will be the Connecticut contingent. Murray taking off deep, but the disc stays with Lauren Doyle. Here's Mazer. Now with the disc, Weitzman in coverage. Murray catches it through pressure. Gets it to Bosco. Andrew Bosco approaching the red zone now with John Korber. Stoppage upfield. Drew Kim swarming the lengthy Korber, trying to deny his resets. We'll see if he will.
Coming in on stall 5, so.
High pressure situation here for Korber and Metro North. Korber fighting for the reset, finds Mazer up the line. Mazer to Bosco, and Metro North is going to the championship game. An incredible comeback effort here from Metro North, led by huge plays. And Metro North wins this one 14-11.
A great full game performance from Metro North. They were not fazed by some early mistakes in each half. Dropped the pole to begin the game, had a second throw turnover to start the second half, really gave away 2 free breaks to Mischief, and that usually comes back to haunt you. Instead, they end up winning by 3 as their D-line really amped up the pressure at the end of the first half and into the second, and some excellent individual performances. Obviously, we saw Chris Mazer lead the team back to a halftime lead, 8-7, but I think you really have to look at that Garrity layout Callahan that sparked their run in the second half to the victory.
Absolutely, Charlie. And now we'll see a Northeast regional battle. Boston Slow White will take on Connecticut Metro North in the finals tomorrow, and one of those teams will be your gold medalist for this year.
Should be a great match. Metro North upset Slow White at regionals to win the Northeast, but it's a whole different ball game here at Nationals. That will be the matchup tomorrow morning. Thanks for joining us here. Our coverage today presented by Friction Gloves, Be Ultimate. Appreciate their support, and we'll see you just a bit later for the women's semifinal. San Francisco Fury taking on Seattle Riot at 3:30. See you then.
Every time we touch the license, we play better. Let's go, take down the field.
An Ulti-World subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe. Holy crap.
This is how it all starts. Mama fell heel over heads and said you were the one. Big boy, but she called me Antoine. So just for fun, I went along with her. I was young, full of fun, down for the skeet, not dumb. We could beat up the street, we discreet and beat like the beach on the lead. No disrespect for metaphorically speaking, she's a bee. No teasing, no whining, just bumping and grinding till we got shiny. Yeah, from that sweet sticky thing, can't complain. I was hooked. poppin' block tonight, night. Act right, you can get my second string spotlight. But if you're breathing and speaking killers, and this will be the last official offer before dismissal. No teasing, no whining, just going involved until we got slimy. Yeah, got the latex gloves for the fit, cause you're trying to trick daddy. Slip and slide on his dick.
That's a break for Riot. 35, Riot.
Every time we pressure rises, we play better. Let's go, take down the field.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis,
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
documentary shorts,
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
and a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
Welcome to Ultiworld's coverage of the 2016 Club Championships here from Rockford, Illinois, and presented to you by Friction Gloves. I'm Keith Rayner, joined in the booth here by Katie Reynolds. And we have a treat for you. You may have seen this before, but it's always been a classic. San Francisco Fury taking on Seattle Riot, maybe the greatest rivalry in all of Ultimate, and this time it's in the semifinals of Nationals.
You know, these two teams have played each other so many times, both have been dominant all season. But Keith, this weekend we've seen them have different paths throughout the tournament. Riot has struggled to close out most of their games in pool play and through the bracket, while Fury has almost coasted here to this point. Though I wouldn't say they've coasted, they've just been dominant and in control of every game that they've played.
Yeah, a bit of a change of pace from the regular season where Riot was one of the strongest teams unquestionably. It's how they earned the #1 seed coming into this tournament. Fury had some ups and downs. They took some losses that they probably didn't expect to, but they have been peaking, that magic P word that you always want to hear in Nationals. And Fury is playing arguably the best Ultimate of any women's team here in Rockford.
One of the biggest surprises of this weekend has actually been that former Fury coach Maddie Sang is back as head coach this weekend for Fury. He told me yesterday after their quarterfinals win that he bought his ticket 8 days ago, but he has been in charge on the field with Fury, and he's helped them through some of their trickier games.
And Katie, it would be irresponsible to imply that correlation is causation, but you can't argue with Maddie Sang's presence on the sideline and how that is correlated with Fury championships.
Absolutely, and I know that he's excited to take another crack at Riot in this semifinal game. Riot has a new offense this season that's been very effective for them, and talking to Maddie yesterday, he said he was excited to devise some strategies to try to shut down this new vert stack that Riot has.
Riot and Fury, both incredibly deep teams, experienced, filled with top-level players who've played at the heights of the women's game. Legends and new stars alike expect to hear a lot of different names called because neither team is going to be trotting the same 7 to 10 out there. as we see Fury's defense ready for the pull. And the disc will start with Paige Soper. She'll swing it over to Alyssa Weatherford. Bailey Zonizer on the open side sideline. And already, this is that new vertical stack look Riot has been honing all season as Cassie Swafford winds up a backhand towards the end zone for Sheer Stern, and that is an efficient hold to get us started. Stern on the goal, 1-0, Riot leads.
And we'll watch that goal again, a dominant offensive point from Riot. And see this beautiful backhand from Cassie Swafford, one of Riot's new pickups. An excellent catch there for the first goal on the board.
Swafford, a former Callahan winner out of Ohio State, has made a big impact in her time here in Seattle. Played with Phoenix last year, led club nationals in assists, and now transitioned to a cutter, but still showing off those pretty throws.
For both of these teams, many of their quote-unquote first-year players are already names that we know really well. Paige Soper and Cassie Swafford, both new to Riot this season and both already making an impact. You know, we say first year, but both of these women are not strangers to, being on big stages.
Yeah, there is not a new player on any of these teams that is a stranger to club success or college success, or in many cases, world championship success. Riot off to a nice start, and love to see them scoring after switching the fields. Expect to see that frequently. Their offense is at its best when they're moving from sideline to sideline. But we will see their defense go to work against Fury's offense. Disc centered to Andrea Romano. Now over to Nancy Sun. Riot coming out with a zone look. Pushing Fury towards the sideline, and now Maggie Rudin has it with a cleat about a yard off the line. Swinging around to Anna Nazaroff. Nazaroff directing traffic.
It's interesting to see Fury navigate the zone. Fury is known for their zone offense. They have the ability to create spaces on the field that many other teams don't, and particularly with much less wind today, I expect to see Fury move pretty calmly through this zone.
Yeah, zone has been a common tool over the past 2 days of competition through Thursday and Friday here in Rockford at the Mercy Sports Court Soccer Complex. Blustery conditions, 10 to 15 mile per hour winds with 25 mile per hour gusts have kept us from getting a lot of great deep shots like this one. Derek Clancy hauls that in for Fury, and just like Riot, they score on their first possession to make it 1-1.
That was such a confident shot here over the cup that was trying to reset again. Derek Clancy, one of those players that, you look at the stats sheet, you don't always see her name there, but she's been a huge midfield player for Fury and often is the one who'll get that long ball and then be able to dish it to another handler to facilitate the score.
Nice throw there from Nancy Sun. You're right, calmly is a great way to describe it. Takes her time, doesn't rush the play, sets her feet, and winds up for a nice throw despite the chaos of defense swirling around her.
Yeah, she has played. It's hard to single out players on Fury who have shown composure, because I think that's their defining characteristic this weekend and this season. And it'll be interesting to see what, if Riot can hold on this offensive point, what they can throw at Fury to disrupt that.
Sun, such a seasoned player. She's the second oldest player on this Fury team at 34 years of age, and still one of the best throwers in the women's division. Speaking of great throwers in the women's division, an all-timer here, Alex Snyder with the pull for the Fury defense. Kelly Johnson fields and sends it over to Roy Titcomb. Up ahead now with Charlie Mercer. And there you see that sideline to sideline motion. Angelica Boyden holding. But that throw behind the cutter there, a mistake from Fury will give, or a mistake from Riot will give Fury their first chance at a break.
I believe Fury was trying their force middle on that vert stack. It certainly caused that turn.
Now the disc bouncing around with these Fury handlers. Nesfardo over to Snyder. These two have been playing together for so long. Snyder with it in the middle of the horizontal stack. Up to Michaela Meister. Fardo looking for options. Finds Kayla Jorgensen just outside the end zone. Hannah Kawhi on the mark. Stoppage of play. Great opportunity here in the red zone for Fury. A little shimmy move from Snyder gets her some reset space.
You can see Fury's patience here. They're all willing to let their handlers work with this. You know, the stack is not making a lot of chaos in the end zone, and it gets success.
And Fajardo goes to the break side for Lisa Cooper, and the game's first break goes to San Francisco. They lead 2-1.
I think that was an excellent example we'll see here again of the composure outside the end zone that Fury has. They're willing to let their handlers swing and create those spaces, and cutters downfield are just going to wait for the perfect moment to make that cut, and they're not going to do anything beforehand.
Fajardo with the high release backhand break to set up that one. And a patient D-line possession from Fury.
And I'll be interested to see if they try that force middle again on Riot. They did briefly there that forced that turn. Maddie was saying yesterday they wouldn't know. They don't practice vert stack in practices for Fury, and so it's hard to practice defenses against that offense. You know, and they would try the force middle, and it looks like that was successful.
Well, we talked about how effective it's been for Riot's vertical stack to work the disc from sideline to sideline, and perhaps by forcing them to try and go right up the middle of the field and into the stack, Fury can fluster this Riot offense. The pull going up from Snyder. Riot centering up the disc, looking for Sarah Griffith off the pole. But a zone here from Fury will take them away from any pull play and generate a block. Snyder calmly approaching the disc. Alyssa Weatherford set to mark, calling to her defense. Snyder giving and going. Fury looking to add a second break. Jorgensen give and go, but that one squeaks off her hands.
Looks like they were moving a little bit too quickly through a tight space there.
Sober to get things started. Fury falling back to their zone defense. Soper finds Weatherford. Into the middle for Callie Ma. Back up to Soper. Both teams experimenting with zones in the early parts of this game. Julia Schneider with the disc.
Riot doesn't seem to have any trouble moving off of that line and swinging. I wonder if the zone's just trying to contain any up the field movement, but they're allowing those laterals.
Ma and Snyder working it back and forth. Not a lot of upfield options here for Riot so far.
Well, we saw this same zone from Fury against Scandal, and you could hear them talking about it's just containment, it's just containment. Laterals are okay, but that's what they're trying to shut off is those upfield options.
Forcing this Riot offense to execute at a high level by giving them a number of throws, and they fail to rise to the challenge. Jorgensen picks that off. Finney ahead to Narayan. Finney, full width of the field there to Sharon Lynn. One of the few rookies on this Fury team. Narayan resets back to Finney. She looks to the end zone. Double coverage, intercepted there by Soper. Fury getting organized back into their zone, and nearly an unforced error there from Riot. Floaty one. Groover. Finney. Go to the disc. Let's see who got there first.
That was a tough call.
That is very, very close. Tough to tell, even in the replay, which player got to that first, but Ty is going to go to the offense here. Groover. Fury transitioning to match up person to person. Soper, cross field, tries to find Swafford, but Lynn breaks up the Ohio State connection.
That's an excellent heads-up defense there. You know, other players might be watching their player come into the end zone for that, but she was ready for that pass.
Dom Fontenette matched up with Snyder. Two of the all-time greats, likely nearing the ends of their careers at this level, but still playing meaningful points and making huge impacts during those points.
Now, when Riot was learning this new vertical offense, for many of these younger players, they haven't learned the game in a vertical offense. They've learned in Ho, but Dom Fontenette was familiar with the vert stack from years and years before. She was no stranger to it.
And there, another turnover here as the two teams get into a bit of a sloppy fest here. Lynn trying to get the block, but a call here from Soper. Certainly the longest point of the game thus far. Multiple changes of possession each way.
And these are the points that, you know, so far this weekend, Riot has been much more used to than Fury. And it does make you wonder if Fury has a little bit more experience this weekend working through and winning these longer points, you know, these more exhausting points where everyone on the field, you know, has a little fatigue after several turns.
Fury has been very efficient, and here they will get the disc in a short field opportunity. Had one of these before, but couldn't generate a goal. Snyder. Your round throw there. Now towards the end zone with Narayan. Jorgensen, inside backhand break. Lynn with the bookends. 2 blocks there for Sharon Lynn, and she's rewarded with another Fury break. They take a 3-1 lead.
What fantastic point here for Sharon Lynn. You can see here, she's getting ready in that nice lateral cut across the top of the end zone for her. You know, it's a great vote of confidence from Fury to have her on these, you know, in these big games, and she's come to play.
The former Cal Pie Queen, diminutive in stature, but capable of big plays here. And Riot's going to burn a timeout in an attempt to recover some of the momentum here. We're going to take a quick break as well. We'll be right back with you. And we are back here just as the teams break from their collective huddles. Riot looking for answers after a slow start in these first 4 points.
We need to see the Riot that has been so dominant all season, who can take control of the pace of the game. You know, I think they really need to exert themselves and assert themselves on the field.
And if Riot were to come back and win this one, it wouldn't be the first time during the course of this tournament that they've done so. They had to battle through a very feisty Heist team who carried a lead late in the game before 4 straight goals for Riot turned it all around.
Yeah, and they've had close games as well with Nightlock and Traffic, both West Coast teams that they know pretty well. But they were not able to shut out those games in the course of reaching the semifinal.
Riot defeating Traffic in their quarterfinal to advance to this semifinal, while Fury with another dominant performance, this time against Showdown. as we see that Riot offense.
Just some of the division's most well-known legendary players. Kelly Johnson, Rory Titcomb, Kawhi out there.
Hannah Kawhi has been having a incredible season for this Riot team, maybe in the Player of the Year conversation. Zone again from Fury. They're going to force this Riot team to show that they can execute.
You can already see a quicker pace from Riot.
Quick transition here. Kelly Johnson's up line throw, probably going to get called back after Titcomb hits the turf. She's going to quickly sub out. A little limping, but under her own power.
I would love to watch more of the matchup of Kelly Johnson and Anna Nazarov. Anna Nazarov having a fantastic season and weekend for Fury, and also in the Player of the Year conversation. Both of those players are very, very quick, particularly up the line.
Anna Nazarov, one of the most talented and productive players in the women's division for many years now, and certainly a legend in her own right. Sarah Griffith subbing in here for Rory Titcomb. Rachel Bradshaw with the disc. Block there. Excellent play by Maggie Rudin, casting the net wide, and it comes back with a block. Excellent read on the play there by Rudin, selling out to make a play and get her team possession of the disc.
It's a great read of the space, and if Fury converts this break, they're in a very good position already in the
right away,
semifinal.
a huck over the head of Sarah Carnahan. An opportunity wasted. Boyden launching a backhand, but nowhere near her receiver. Perhaps this Riot offense is a little rattled.
Yeah, you could see she had options cutting deep there, and the shape of the disc was not going into her receiver's intended hands.
Back underway with the Fury offense. Claire Desmond getting her first touch, matched up with Sarah Griffith. Hard to find a more explosive cutter matchup than that. Fury swinging the disc all the way around in their horizontal stack before Desmond comes up the middle. Contact there from Griffith.
Veteran grab from Desmond there under pressure. 2 hands on that disc.
Back underway here. Rudin with a towing of the line to maintain possession. Johnson pleading to get a stoppage of play, perhaps to see if that disc was caught. But the game continues, and now here's a deep shot. Falls a little short to Carnahan. And now Carnahan looking to find Desmond and pokes it into the end zone. Another break for Fury. They're now up 3-4-1 on their rivals, Seattle Riot.
Incredible movement down the field. And you can see here, Carnahan catching it. And you just know she's looking for Desmond, and she's willing to give Desmond a couple options to make herself space in the end zone. This Fury team and the Riot team knows Claire Desmond can get open there, and she will make that play.
And to be honest, I'd say that this Fury offense has been far from sparkling. They're not doing anything special, but Riot just keeps giving them chances. And you can't give a team this good on this big a stage the disc over and over and not expect them to make you pay for it.
Absolutely. That's one of the things that not as well in this game, but so far this weekend, you know, if a team gives Fury one drop, they will march it into the end zone again and again. And that's how you build those leads, like what Fury is building right now.
Perhaps shades of last year's final where Riot took on Brute Squad and found themselves overmatched, really taken away from their game plan and into a big hole. That game looked over by halftime, and right now they would really need to rebound here if they want to have a chance of getting back to the final and getting another shot at the title. Snyder with a big backhand pull. Fury's defense looking to add to their lead. Weatherford with the disc against the Fury zone. Fiona McKibben over here to Soper. Great throw through the middle by Soper. But still very little yardage here for this Riot team to find. And you think of zones as being either two types, containment or pressure, and Fury seems content with containment. Make them throw so many throws that one of them finally yields a mistake.
Absolutely. You can see on the marks they're not holding so hard that Riot can't get some of those resets, but they aren't seeing many options upfield that look viable, particularly with Snyder in the middle there.
Really, Fury's defense looks very well connected, moving to fill spaces as their teammates give up offenders. Riot staying patient though. Jacqueline Verjou getting the disc up ahead. Now perhaps a transition from Fury into person-to-person.
You can see Versu trying to make deep cuts, but she's got Snyder on her, and the Riot handlers are looking off that deep option as long as Snyder's there.
Zonizer on the open sideline, getting high in the stall count, goes to the end zone, and Verjou's there. Riot with a hold to make it 4-2 Fury.
Very, very patient zone point from Riot there. You know, we saw a little bit of rushing from them earlier. But hopefully they can set a defensive line out here that can somehow manage to fluster Fury just enough that they can have some break opportunities.
Jacqueline Verjou, of course, the brightest young star in the women's game right now. Still a teenager here, but in her second club championship semifinal. And at 6'1", an imposing frame, but maybe an even more imposing skill set. Still 3 years of college ultimate ahead of her, but coming back from some fairly serious injuries. Something I imagine we'll keep an eye on for the entirety of her career.
Yeah, she spent most of last season not playing for Dartmouth, but managed to come back just in time for the college nationals and helped Dartmouth go much deeper into the bracket than many people would have predicted. And I think it really speaks to Riot's depth that she can be a role player on this team and, you know, not the breakaway star on a team with this much talent.
Verjou, a proud product of that Seattle youth women's scene, as so many players on this Riot team are. One of their greatest strengths and greatest assets, and they are constantly tending to and maintaining that environment and producing many of the game's top women's players. Nazaroff and Romano working against a very wide cup for this Seattle Riot zone.
It looks like much of the Riot zone is sagging off into those spaces to prevent some of those lanes that Fury likes to hit so much.
Resetting here with Steph Lim, and now back to Nazaroff. Romano gets it through the middle of the cup back into the hands of Nazaroff. Carnahan up to Desmond as Fury starts to find a little yardage. Transition here from Riot. Great disc movement here. Nazaroff advancing, and now into the end zone for Dariani. Desmond on the throw, Dariani on the catch. Hold for Fury to extend the lead back to 3, up 5-2.
You could watch Fury. You can see them picking up pace as they approach the red zone. And Claire Desmond is so crucial in this midfield. She's able to get that disc and immediately fire off an assist.
Desmond at 26, approaching the prime of her career, and is a well-honed offensive weapon capable of spectacular plays downfield, but also an increasingly wide range of exceptional throws.
Yeah, she's really become, a go-to option downfield, and then she has the ability to turn and make the plays happen. And she's had a lot of assists for Fury already this weekend. You'll see another one of Fury's first-year players out here on this D-line, or one of their newer players, Meaty Chang, who particularly this weekend in the wind has shown remarkable experience and composure coming out of that Michigan Flywheel program. Many of her former teammates playing with Rival and doing well in the wind, and you can see Meaty's very comfortable.
Meaty Chang, a former player with Polar Bears, but her experience as a thrower in the Midwest likely preparing her for the conditions we've faced here in Rockford. Riot's offense underway with Alyssa Weatherford up ahead to Shira Stern. Stern with Snyder on the mark. Weatherford boosting a backhand. Dominique Fontanet catches it over the head of Meaty Chang. Not where Chang's at her best in the deep space. Fontanet, another goal.
Yeah, and particularly even if you're an experienced defender in the air, Dominique Fontanet has many more years of experience, and she knows how to read that disc and attack it. You can see her beautiful backhand coming in, and Dominique is ready and hardly has to move her feet to be in the spot where that disc is going to land.
Chang forced to play a little bit more aggressively because of her lack of size. And there, Fontanet just getting the better read and holding position.
Riot working really well through Fury's person defense there. That was one of the first points that they weren't coming out in that containment zone. And Riot just cranked up the backhand side there. And that long ball gave them the quick offensive hold they need because they've got to set a D-line and try to break back into this game.
Taking a look at this Fury offensive line. And really, to be clear, neither of these teams has an O-line or a D-line. They ask all of their players to be ready to do whatever is necessary to win. And they work more with small groups to build chemistry in various different roles more than they do on groups to be offensive or defensively oriented. And we've seen Alex Snyder, who's receiving the centering pass now, playing both D and O points. Now coming wide to Katie Ryan. Ryan into the middle to Jorgensen, who resets back to Snyder. Genevieve LaRoche getting it back to Snyder. Marissa Mead now holding and looking for an option. Steps wide for an around break. Now low throw dug out by Ryan. Fury into the red zone, marching forward. And a stoppage here.
You can see as they march down and this person defense, the space that Fury is creating downfield. If you want to change how Fury's playing, you can't give them the opportunity to create these spaces for each other and cut into these lanes.
Mead checking the disc in. Resetting to Snyder. Jorgensen on the break side. Zahnizer closing off the break side space. Wide mark here. And a mistake there from Fury in the red zone.
So it was just a little bit past Alex Snyder's hands.
Soper comes across to Verjus. Up ahead to Griffith. Griffith, one of 3 Michigan Flywheel alums, I believe, in this game, along with Chang and Mead. And now here's a throw from Snyder into the end zone. Looking for Verjus. She hauls it in with an excellent layout grab. Her second goal of the game, and Riot's back within one. That's going to be our B ultimate play of the game. No surprise to see it coming from Riot's young star.
You can look at that play again. Going up the line, a beautiful forehand there. And Verjus popping out to make sure that she gets that disc. You know, we usually see her dominant in the air, but a player at this level and that talented, she can dive and get low as well when need be. Try B Ultimate Apparel's new premier line of fabrics, the N-Knit and N-Weave. Both highly lightweight and built to keep you dry.
That play brought to you by B Ultimate, purveyors of some of the finest quality. And certainly Verjus qualifies. Truly an elite player that it sounds like we'll be talking about being at the top of the game for years to come. I mean, heck, she's already there.
She told me 2 years ago that her goal in Ultimate, her ultimate goal in the sport was to make Riot, and she did that very same year. So I imagine she's got some even bigger goals now for the sport.
Frightening to think that at just 19 there's so much room for growth. Really, potentially the kind of player who could change this sport. There, a great grab there to save possession. Maybe the pressure starting to ratchet up after Riot got themselves back in it. And that throw too wide. Attempted greatest comes up short. And now Riot can add a break to tie it up. Boyden initiating over with a swing to Johnson. Now working sideline to sideline. Disc up ahead with Mercer. Stoppage.
Both of the last turns that Riot's been able to get from Fury, both seem to be on Fury's execution errors. And I wonder if Riot is ratcheting up their defense here to force some of those errors so they can capitalize.
Great grab by Boyden, protecting possession despite Fury's defensive pressure. Boyden, such a long reach on those throws. Johnson, inside throw, Bradshaw chases, lays out. 2 layout grabs, 2 straight breaks. Riot's tied it back up.
That was a beautiful save there from Bradshaw. You can see several of the people in the stack not going for that zippy inside throw. You can see here from Kelly Johnson. And she's ready to rescue that.
Maybe a bit of an instructive throw there from Johnson. Just speculating, hey, I see a lot of open space. If I can float this, all of my teammates are going to have the advantage. It's a lot of trust there, and rewarded by Rachel Bradshaw, who has had a very impressive tournament here in Rockford.
And Kelly Johnson, you have to come to expect, if you're marking her, you have to come to expect that inside flick from her. That's one of the throws that's been her bread and butter for several years now. First on Nemesis out here near Chicago, and for several years now she's done quite a bit for Riot.
Johnson, one of the fixtures in that Riot backfield over the past few seasons. As we see a timeout between the two teams, Riot huddling up. Fury breaking out of their timeout.
This is one of the first time really this tournament that Fury's had to be back on their heels and have to think about how they're coming back into this game.
I think they knew they'd have a fight on their hands playing against Riot, and that they shouldn't expect to blow out a team of this caliber. Of all the battles these two teams have had over the years, very few have been lopsided. As we see Gwen Ambler a fixture on both sides of this rivalry. Now having moved to the sidelines as a coach for this Riot team.
Yep.
It's hard to throw a stone around this field without finding a legend, including Ambler herself.
Ambler thinking that she would retire 2 seasons ago, and when they lost in this very game, she came back for another season. And after a more successful Nationals, reaching the finals, she decided to retire into a less involved role of actually coaching the team.
And here's the pull up from Riot. Fury looking to get back in front after giving up this lead to an aggressive Riot offense after the turn. Snyder with Griffith blanketing her. Nice big gainer through the middle now for Snyder in a power position. Snyder gets up the line. Now on the sideline looking for options before she finds a reset. Crossfield throw here. Now in the hands of Lisa Cooper. Cooper, high release back into the end zone. Kawhi and Jorgensen in chase. Jorgensen fights her off for a tough goal.
Beautiful grab from Jorgensen. Downfield, Riot players, and you'll see in this replay of that goal, in the pockets of their women on offense here. She gets very little separation and manages to bring out that grab for the score. But it's uncharacteristic for Snyder to have so few options when she looks downfield from her cutters. But Riot really staying very close and challenging every under option.
Riot really picking it up defensively after the first couple points when Fury's defense was dictating the pace of this game. And that has brought us back to such a tightly contested score.
I think in a perfect scenario for Fury, they would play at a slightly slower pace than Riot prefers. You know, with handlers like Rory and Kelly Johnson, they like to push that pace and have it be a little faster, more aggressive. And bringing Fury's handlers up to that, bring them up to that pace with their close pressure defense can only benefit Riot.
The winner of this game will advance to the championship game where they will take on the winner of tonight's Boston Brute Squad and Denver Molly Brown semifinal. Rematches of last year in both semifinals. And really, these 4 teams have been the top 4 teams in the division for 2 seasons now. Callie Ma with a disc for Riot. Person to person here from Fury. Nice backhand whipped under the foot of Anna Nazaroff. And those signature break throws from Riot as Weatherford powers one cross field. A huge layout grab from Shira Stern.
Beautiful, beautiful layout. Something Shira Stern has become known for on this Riot team. We'll see that again. Full extension, almost leaving her feet there to make that grab.
They do not get much prettier than that layout from Stern. The Washington Element product, if we take another look at that one, look at her just go fully horizontal for that. Her whole body's well off the ground, and she had to extend every inch to get to it.
And she is one of those players over the past few seasons. You see her go into the end zone for a disc like that, and there's just no doubt she's going to make that kind of play. She's been doing that in the end zone all weekend.
3 straight goals for Riot, all caught on layouts. Stern makes sure to extend the streak there with perhaps the best one so far. 6-6 here between San Francisco and Seattle, with a berth in the finals on the line.
It seemed earlier in this half that Fury might take this game away again, and it might not be the close 1-point game that these teams have played every time they've been in the semifinal, but Riot has fought their way back into this.
Mercer with the pull, but it tails out of bounds at the last moment. Nazaroff centering up the disc. So far, Fury has not beaten Riot this season. They're 0-2, both attempts at the Pro 5 finale. We're looking to change that when it matters most.
It looks like we're seeing another Riot zone here around Fury handlers.
Nazaroff, Lim, and now Rudin looking to find their way past this aggressive Riot Cup. And this is maybe the third or fourth different look it feels like we're seeing from Riot. Their creative defenses born from coaching staff of Gwen Ambler and Andy Loveseth.
And they know that these Fury handlers are confident and know this Riot team well, so changing the defense on every defensive point Riot has can keep them on their toes as much as possible.
Slow going here on this point, but Fury has been nothing if not patient thus far in this game. So no surprise to see them unharried through the first 30 or so throws at this point.
And you can tell they're unwilling to fully swing the disc all the way over to the other sideline. Imagine Riot would love to trap them over there.
And it just seems that Fury wants to play a much slower game than Riot does. And whether it's wearing them down on defense or by making them throw a lot of throws on offense, Fury seems content to play long points and force Riot to do the same. Lim in the backfield now. She and Nazaroff working it back and forth before Nazaroff finds a hole and throws it through to Marika Austin. Carnahan. Now as the disc is advanced and Riot's forced to transition. Nazaroff going to work. Gains another 10 yards or so with some sneaky cutting.
You can see Fury's downfield not as active as they have been in past points. They seem to be waiting for the handlers to make these give and goes, and so they can explode into the end zone like that.
What a great cut there from Claire Desmond to set up that one. An open throw to Marika Austin gives Fury back the lead, 7-6, but Austin a little shaken up after the play.
Yeah, it's hard to see exactly how she landed there. It was a great catch for the score. And certainly got the job done for this Fury hold.
And look at Desmond with a give and go throw, just toasting her defender up the line, and with lots of space, an easy continue to a bidding Marika Austin.
She had already thrown the assist before her mark had even come over to try to set on that play. It was good, slow offense from Fury. A little bit more stagnant downfield once Riot had gone into person defense on them. Usually they're grinding a lot more than that, but it certainly worked, particularly with Claire Desmond in the middle there, ready to take on some of those handling responsibilities and create those plays.
Versatility, the hallmark of this Fury team. If you can't do 2 to 3 different roles on the field, you're probably not going to make it when tryout time comes.
Certainly each of these players have been instrumental in offense and defense. It's hard to say, you know, when someone has a breakout game on this team because their roster is so deep. And that's part of what has made them so successful over this weekend in the wind is their whole roster can throw that well in the wind, so they don't have to rely on movement going through Snyder and Nazaroff in order to score goals.
Snyder with the pull here. Weatherford back to field it. Snyder coming wide for Fontenette. Shimmy fake from Fontenette. Doesn't free up space. Meister's not fooled. Snyder holding. The Carleton alum dishes off to Weatherford. But Snyder with a drop on the up line cut.
An uncharacteristic drop for Snyder, who's had a lot more playing time this season for Riot and has really stepped up to be a great handler for them.
Snyder, a top player in college, and after moving back to Seattle, has started to really hit her stride this season with Riot, but they're coming up with a mistake that could allow Fury to take half. Backhand knock from Finney. Got a target. LaRoche bids, but too low.
Looks like that was a hard a hard pass to catch there. Though if there's someone to make those difficult plays, I would put money on LaRoche.
LaRoche, such a gritty player for this Fury team and has made a career out of coming up with plays that just, it doesn't seem like she has a chance. Wide throw here to Kawhi. Kawhi looking for options. Finds a reset and then a big gainer upfield, but a foul call. Here, discussion between Cooper and Verjus.
You can look at that play again. It's hard to tell which way this call is going to go here.
Foul here on the play, so Verjus will take the disc. Fontanet now.
Love
finds
that.
Cardenas.
Love the matchup of Fontanet and Michaela Meester, who's been huge for Stanford for the past couple of seasons. Old experienced talent with one of Fury's rising stars.
And one of the greats from Stanford's history, Fontanet, a former Callahan winner herself. Now here's Snyder in the red zone. Finney closes on the mark. Now looking for an option inside break to Weatherford, continues to Verjus. And we'll have a point to decide the half. Both teams draw even at 7-7.
Great quick offense from Riot there. Fury players close on their players, but once they get onto that break side, some quick passes and another goal for Verjus. It's her third so far this game, bringing the score up to 7-7.
And the Dartmouth star certainly is going to be a real handful for any opposition at the college level, let alone here at the elite club level. Imagine being some college freshman taking the line at a fall tournament and you see Jacqueline Verjus come down on the mark on you. I'd quit.
You can't just put height on her because she has so much more than her height and her strength and physicality in this game. She's an incredibly smart player, and she's very mentally tough, particularly after all the injuries that she's had to go through, watching her team struggle through the regular season. And she's continued to be a good teammate for them and great teammate on Riot as well. I know they've been a big support system for her through her injuries.
And that's one of the things I think that impresses me most about this young star is she is an incredible teammate. Very supportive, a great leader, and always there for her team. And that's not always something you see from a superstar, especially one who has been lauded with as much praise and success as Verjus has seen. But you're right, Katie, she could be 5'7", and she'd still be an elite level player with the skill set she has. Katie Ryan coming underneath to get it, now dishing off to Snyder. Fury looking to hold to take the half here. Disc with Megan Liu.
Recently coming over from the very successful Brute Squad roster, and she has already fit very well into Fury's system. Is a very quick player with big backhand throws.
Another great example of a player with plenty of elite club experience that Fury gets to call a rookie. Layout grab there from Nancy Sutton, but a drop from Cooper. And now Riot is the one with the opportunity to take control of the first half.
Uncharacteristic drop from Fury. She did not have a lot of pressure on that catch. Just looked like a fumble, and Riot will hope to capitalize on.
Sonnheiser resetting to Johnson in the middle. Now into the end zone. A little too far. Fury gets a reprieve. And it really seems like teams have struggled to execute in that far end zone when throwing from the far sideline. A lot of backhands have either gone too far or bladed, so perhaps the conditions trickiest down in that part of the field.
Yeah, there's a light crosswind that might be pushing things just a few inches too far there.
Now Snyder tries to find a high stall option, but pressure defense from Riot gets them a short field turn. Is this the possession that takes us to half? Johnson checks in and is fouled. Boyden now. Inside break. Griffith back to Boyden. Just a few steps away now. Into the end zone. Griffith on the goal. Riot comes back to take the first half. Trailing 4-1, they will go into the half with an 8-7 lead.
Just got to think that Fury lost that point more than Riot won that point. One uncharacteristic drop and then a pressured turf throw from Alex Snyder, one of the most experienced throwers in the division in history. You know, that's two mistakes you can't afford to make when it's 7-7 and you're trying to just hold for half.
The teams will take a break. We've got a great one going here. We'll be right back with you in just a moment.
Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go, take down the field.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis.
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
Documentary shorts.
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
And a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.
And welcome back to Ultiworld's coverage of the 2016 Club Championships here from Rockford, Illinois at the Mercy Sports Core Soccer Complex, and brought to you by Friction Gloves. I'm Keith Rayner, joined by Katie Reynolds, and one remaining half here for one of these two teams. San Francisco Fury trailing Riot 8-7 with a chance to win a national title tomorrow on the line.
And you see Fury's got a very veteran line out there for this first point out of half. A lot of players who have been on this Fury team for a long time. You know, you've got to think they are ready to hold quickly in this point and try to regain their lead.
Rudin, Snyder, Nazaroff, Romano, Clancy, Carnahan, all on this Fury line, trying to get them a hold that would tie up this game. More zone here from Riot to slow things down. Snyder and the handlers working the disc around. I've had a couple more mistakes crop up at the end of the first half, and that allowed Riot to get back in it. Riot went down 4-1 in the first half, but fought back with some great breaks.
Riot's zone here really keeping them on this sideline. You know, you can see they're struggling to have that easy reset.
These calm conditions that are foreign to these two teams from the past couple days may see some attempts to make aggressive cross-field throws, but so far, handlers staying patient. Great high release break there from Snyder to open up the field. And now it's with Rudin on the near sideline.
Fury loves to, in zone offense, have that break side wing creep into the deep space for that cross-field deep shot.
Snyder constantly faking, moving the defense, looking to open up space for herself and for her teammates. But a commendable defensive point thus far, even with this foul that'll keep the disc in the hands of Andrea Romano. Riot's been able to really halt this Fury offense and force them to take it one step at a time.
Weatherford not letting any of these rounds off, or if the rounds are coming off, they're really pressured throws.
Not a lot of room for these Fury handlers. They've maybe gotten one or two throws to any of the cutters over the course of this one, although finally they find a little room for Carnahan. That gets them maybe the most yards they've gained in a single throw.
As opposed to the zone that Fury's throwing, which is just containment, but some movement's okay. This Riot defense is really forcing those turns like that after enough throws.
The reset just behind Nazarov. She can't quite hold on to it. And now Riot looking to press their advantage. Foul call here. No contest here. Weatherford restarts play. She leads this Riot team in assists through the first 2 days of play. And by a healthy margin, really. Perhaps their best deep thrower, particularly in the wind. Groover, who rejoined Riot this year after some time away from the team. Played with Scandal last year. Verjou, throw to space. Riven runs it down.
Just a gorgeous throw from Verjou there. Saw her teammate coming into the end zone to her left. We'll see that play again. Verjou with the disc. Beautiful, almost casual. You know, we've already seen Verjou make some incredible bids and a lot of other bids from Riot, but it's important to remember some of their throws can be just as impressive. That's a big break for Riot coming out of half.
Verjou involved in her fourth score of the day for Riot and gives them a 9-7 lead as they break out of half. And it's almost hard to tell who's on a no point with these two teams because both offenses have been so patient. Usually you see defensive offenses putting up a lot of deep shots. You see them attacking, being aggressive, fast breaking. But here, Riot has been very calm, collected, poised, and moved the disc at their own pace after the turn.
And I think really what makes both of these teams and all of the four teams in the semifinals so elite is that efficiency on the defensive turn. Once they have possession, is they can just put that point away. You can see even on this D-line, some of the people they have on this D-line are some of Riot's better known throwers. You know if you get a turn, players like Kelly Johnson are going to be able to, throw hucks for the score and another break.
Mercer on the pull. Lim centering it up to Nancy Sun.
You see again, there's person defense now from Riot. They're throwing several different defensive looks on Fury here.
Desmond into the middle, back to Sun. Takes off. And another drop here from Fury. These have been costly thus far in this game. Can Riot continue to put the pressure on San Francisco? Layout grab there, saves possession. Mercer now. Resetting to Boyden. Boyden in the middle of the field. And a block on the mark there from Sun, but a foul call.
Riot's bringing back the disc. You can see they've got their vert stack set up below, and you've already seen a couple of those inside breaks that Riot loves to hit. Open up that break side.
Inside break there from Kawhi, and Riot's pouring it on now. Charlie Ide celebrating with her team as they take a 3-goal lead, 10-7.
Just a nice find here from Kawhi. Looking across these lateral cuts, and Fury defense just seemed unaware of where she was moving in the end zone. Kind of snuck that right there into the middle. This is an interesting spot for Fury to be in. It's the only time they've had a deficit like this so far this tournament.
And the teams are going to take a timeout, take a quick break. We'll do the same. We'll be right back with you. And that number 3 is exactly the deficit that San Francisco faces as the crowd gathers, the pressure mounts.
This is a semifinal that everyone wants to watch. They've seen it many times before, but that does not mean that this game is going to be boring. Everyone wants to see which of these historic powerhouses is going to come out of this matchup. And so far, out of half, it looks like Riot is the promising contender here.
And you know this, the games between these two teams, however frequent they are, however many times you've seen it, it's like one of your favorite classic movies. You never get tired of it. It always delivers.
Particularly when these two programs can attract some of the best young talent coming out of the college division, and people want to see those stars perform at the highest level as well.
Now back underway with Alex Snyder. A rare person-to-person point, but right away Fury gives back the disc, and the efficiency that has marked their offense throughout the past 2 days of competition has vanished under the pressure of this Riot defense. Riot working on adding yet another break to their building collection. Cross-field throw, jump ball. Bradshaw hauls it in, her second goal. 4-goal lead now for Riot. Is that going to be enough to put away Fury?
Watch this assist again. Not a throw a lot of teams would attempt. Bradshaw once more coming to the rescue to secure that goal and that break. It was a ballsy throw. You know, it seems for some of these points, unlike many of their games before, when Fury loses the disc, they haven't been able to apply pressure on Riot's offense to recover that disc again. And Riot seems to be able to do what they want in order to march down for the break.
And this, to be honest, is a bit more like the Fury we saw during some of their elite matchups during the regular season. Hot start, go up 4-1, but then it quickly has fallen apart for them since then. Often on unforced miscues. It feels like we're watching a different team than we watched through the first 5 points of this game.
And we discussed earlier the impact that Maddie Sang has had being on the sidelines, but you can't coach turf discs like that, and you can't coach those drops. Those are things that are the player's responsibility on the field to execute on.
This matchup often dominated by Fury in their most critical moments throughout the program's history, but Riot has taken the advantage here just as they have in the most recent battles between these two teams. The tide has turned. What does Fury have left in the tank? Riot zone now clamping down as Fury approaches the sideline. Crossfield throw saved with a Anna Nazarov layout. Carnahan. Now some poaching and switching from this Riot defense. But easily handled by Fury. That's the type of possession they need. Carnahan on the goal, receiving the backhand from Desmond.
We'll see them coming down this break side again. Many of Fury's cutters looking stagnant and a little uncomfortable behind Riot zone, and once they switched to person again, they were able to make some movement and hold and score their first point out of half.
And now Fury will try and reapply the pressure they started this game with. We're a little over 11 minutes away from a soft cap. So about 30 minutes left in one of these teams' seasons.
Fury has a lot of work to do, you know, in the next 11 minutes if they want to come back on this Riot team that is heating up and becoming much more efficient and forceful with the disc.
It hasn't always been pretty for Riot over the past 2 days, but that's okay.
And this seems like yet another example. It's not the prettiest game that they've had, but they are getting it done when it matters most, and they may come away with the win because of that.
Legacies are measured in titles, not in style. And Riot is working on getting a long-sought title. It starts here in this semifinal. A block by Fury. But a call here. Jorgensen has been disruptive on defense for Fury, but let's take another look and see if we can suss out what happened. And Ma waving her hand, it may seem she's saying she caught that, but now the disc is in the hands of Fury. Some confusion on defense here. Finney completely unmarked. Now she rips a backhand towards the end zone. Katie Ryan catches it and one. A break for Fury brings the lead down to 2, 11-9 in favor of Seattle.
That was an excellent grab in coverage from Katie Ryan, whose first year on Fury, but has also been great in the deep space for Fury, catching difficult discs just like that one. Fury's defense will have another crack at Riot. If they can get another break, this becomes a different game.
The pace of this game has been a bit surprising to me, Katie. As the conditions have improved, we have seen this game slow down as both teams have chosen zone as their weapon of choice. And rather than a lot of one-on-one matchups, we're seeing a lot of testing of wills, testing of patience throughout this one. Are you surprised at all by the strategic decisions of Riot and Fury?
Well, I think that we've seen for both teams when they apply person offense, some of these teams' most talented downfield cutters can really go to work and create opportunities for themselves that Riot and Fury are going to be able to take advantage of. But in zone, you eliminate, potential downfielders such as Hannah Kwai and Jacqueline Versu.
As we looked at that Riot offense, you can see they look relaxed, holding the lead. The onus is on Fury to get back into this one. The pull goes up. And again, Fury comes out in the zone, nearly generates a turnover right away. Weatherford. Now over to Cardenas. Kawhi. And notable, we have yet to see the return of Rory Titcomb since she went out with injury early in the first half. One of the centerpieces of the handler core for the Seattle team. Certainly they will miss her presence as they try and fight off Fury.
And it's unfortunate that she is not the first Titcomb sister to go out with an injury today at Nationals. Chyna went down earlier in pool play and has not been back and not expected to return. Hopefully both sisters are okay for this Riot team, even as they go into the offseason.
Kawhi, great around break to a wide open Cardenas as Riot enters the red zone and gets 1 point closer to the national championship game. Up 12-9 now with a little under 7 minutes remaining before soft cap.
You've got to think Riot is just saying we're only a few points away. There's no need to rush, no need to panic. We know we've been here before. We can just keep marching these holds in and get ourselves a ticket to the finals.
And these two teams have lined up against each other so many times with so much on the line. Certainly Riot knows that taking their foot off the gas would be the number one mistake. They have seen Fury mount some unbelievable comebacks, maybe the greatest comeback of all time. But that is probably far from Riot's mind. They just know we need to finish this one off our way.
But another veteran Fury O-line out here.
Take a look at this Fury line. Maggie Rudin, Nancy Sun, Sarah Carnahan, Andrea Romano, Anna Nazaroff, Claire Desmond, and Derek Clancy will be the 7 looking to get this crucial hold for Fury.
We've talked a lot about the first-year players on Fury, but when it comes down to the line late in the second half, we see their legends who know this system, who've been here so many times before, out on the field to try to get these crucial points for Fury.
The rain begins to fall lightly here, but picking up as Charlie Mercer pulls here to Fury. Romano in the middle, person to person from Riot, and again, a odd Fury error to begin the point. This could be a dagger for Fury. Attempt to throw around. That's going to draw a foul here against Romano. Boyden with the disc. High throw, snagged by Kawhi. Riot moving backwards. Nice downfield D in particular from Fury. But now Riot finds some room with Griffith. Resetting here now, Johnson, cross field, just outside the end zone. Heidi looking for an option. Stall count rising. High release backhand. Riot breaks again. 13-9. Fury's unforced errors have put them into a grim situation.
You could see Riot moving across this end zone again and again. You give them enough chances, they're going to have a throw like that for another break. And I have to say, impressive defense from Fury in the end zone there. You saw a lot of options that were just denied by Fury defenders, but you know, you get enough passes across, they're going to get that break.
And Riot has played, has done an admirable job on defense. Their zone has clogged up a lot of lanes. They've done a good job cutting off some downfield options and an excellent job in particular on the mark. However, they have very few blocks. Fury has made a lot of mistakes offensively during the course of this game, and Riot has been the one to capitalize just as the game has started with the tables turned the other way.
We talked going into this game a lot about Fury's efficiency and not a lot about their mental game throughout the course of this tournament because it hasn't truly been tested. You know, they've been up and they've had to work to stay up, but there have been very few times that they've had to come out of a deficit like this as opposed to Riot, who has some experience doing that.
Weatherford with the pull. 13-9, Riot leads. Fury facing a deep hole if they would like to make it to the championship final. Again, another zone here from Riot. Crossfield throw, finds LaRoche. Now Riot forced to transition. Jorgensen holding. She and Finney operating out of the backfield now, but Finney's options few and far between, so she fires to the end zone. And a great grab there from Katie Ryan. Another one in traffic for her.
Second goal from Katie Ryan already this half. Just great hands under pressure. You can see here this throw coming up and quite a few defenders again, and she comes down with the disc for the Fury hold.
Finney really muscling that throw into a small window. She had to throw it high enough for it to get over the defenders in front of her, but with enough speed and enough drop to come in back for her receiver. Very challenging throw, very small window, and required Ryan to make a play.
Fury close behind, and have to get this break, you know, as the clock ticks down. Head into soft cap.
Yeah, their comeback is going to have a rapid pace. Soft cap likely to go on during this point. Riot approaching the score necessary to advance, so Fury's going to have to put it together and do so in a hurry.
Got many younger Fury players on this defensive line, but veteran pull from Desmond.
Sidelines have filled here at the Mercy Sports Corps Soccer Complex in Rockford. Riot's offense back to work with Verjus. Snyder, inside forehand back to Verjus. A pick called.
But that's the lane that Riot is looking for in this vert stack. They want that inside break so they can work up that other side of the field. We haven't seen it a lot in this game because Fury's thrown several zones. But this is the vertical offense that's gotten them here.
Late game change here to person from both teams. And we'll see who it favors. What a great layout there, but saved by Snyder. Desmond making a huge play, but just not quite enough. And it does feel like so many of the bounces have gone Riot's way in the latter portions of this game. Another stoppage before we really get started. Back on our way with Snyder. Snyder blading forehand, blocked by Nazaroff.
Excellent D from Nazaroff there. You can see Verjus streaking deep, ready to make a play there. It would be hard to defend, but Nazaroff getting up early, not even letting that be a chance.
Nazaroff calmly walking to the line. Lim looking for an option. Inside backhand. Finney pumping a big backhand there, but decides to take the reset instead. Narayan. Finney winds one up, puts it out into the deep space. Jump ball situation. And Bailey Zahnizer wins that one, climbing the ladder versus Desmond.
Oregon alum, no stranger to big plays like that.
And it really looked like she might be outmatched in the air by the taller Desmond, but goes up with aggression and comes back down with the disc. Now Riot working it side to side. Sheer Stern, wide, pressure there from Fury, generates the turn. Or does it? Maybe a foul on the throw here as Stern and Lynn discuss. No foul here, according to the observer. And that means it'll be Fury's disc.
Fury with another chance to break here late in the game.
There hasn't been a shortage of opportunities for either team. Riot has just been better at converting. Austin now with the disc, about 35 yards out. Desmond, far sideline, resetting. Finney goes across the field to Austin. Now into the red zone. Fury looking to get some room to score. But they will remain patient. Nazarov shimmies to free up an inside backhand limb. She finishes it off to Austin. San Francisco will not go quietly. 13-11.
Incredible save from Lim there on that low break backhand. She immediately gets up, knows she'll have a receiver there for that goal. Now that's a big break for Fury here, but Keith, is it enough as this game goes into soft cap and they have fewer and fewer chances?
It's a tough spot to be in. There's no doubt about it. But with these two teams, there really is a situation where you kind of have to throw the usual out the window. We've seen some wild turns of events over the course of the series between these two teams, and as many sports cliches as it takes, these two teams seem to live up to it.
And it's one of those rivalries, you know, in so many other sports, the rivalries are filled with bitterness, you know, or dislike between the two teams, but so many of these players have played with each other on other platforms and Worlds games and worked together in coaching that a lot of them are very, very good friends and are excited about seeing each other every year in the semifinals or the finals.
Yeah, I believe there was a point in this rivalry where Gwen Ambler was playing for one team while living with the captains of the other. And that's just emblematic of how intertwined these two teams have been over the past decade or so.
Goes all the way up to the coaching staff. Maddie Sang and Andy Lufsef have been coaching against each other so many times that they're good friends as well.
And this rivalry, not only famous because all the big moments it's produced, all the champions, but really it encapsulates so much of what so many people love about this game, from both the level of competition and skill, but also the camaraderie and respect these two teams share. Alex Snyder ready to pull for Fury. Kawhi fielding it, centers up to Johnson. Poaching person defense here from Fury. Mixing up the defensive looks. Cardenas. Stoppage here. And you can see how in this vertical stack, when Riot gets a distance in the middle of the field, they often will play without a dump, 6 cutters, and will look for their resets to come from upfield. On the sidelines, they'll bring back a reset option. But here, going forward with the disc, Boyden hangs one up, asks for a sky, gets it. Charlie Heidi takes requests. She'll make it 14-11.
Second goal in this game. Beautiful grab. We'll see this again. Coming up in a pile. She catches it over her defender. Celebrating with the crowd celebrating behind her.
And now Riot just a single goal away from advancing to the finals once more. Fury season on the line in every point moving forward. Hard cap approaching. 11 and a half minutes remaining.
I don't know if we'll reach hard cap, though, if Riot can put out a strong line. It's hard to imagine from here Fury battling back into this game. Even such an elite team as San Francisco Fury, Riot's got this one in hand, and all they need is one really nice string of plays to send them to the finals.
Every point is do or die here for Fury. And Riot now has earned multiple chances to win this game.
See Snyder again on this line. She's played most of the points for Fury here, offense and defense.
Some of the newer players still on this Fury line. There's a lot of trust that runs through this San Francisco team. And one of those players, Marissa Mead, will pick up the pull. Centering pass not even available there. Snyder launches one. Has a target, but just a little too much heat on that throw. Riot will take the disc, and this possession could send them to the finals. And a drop early in the possession is going to give a short field opportunity to Riot. Fury now. Around break from Snyder. A gorgeous throw. And you can see why she's considered one of the greatest throwers to ever play the game on that forehand over to Midi Chang.
Just a forceful zipping throw here. She gets the disc, surveys the field, and sends that quickly into the end zone.
Lisa Cooper runs that one down, and really just a sterling throw from Snyder. Had it all, power and touch. But Riot now will be on offense with a chance to win this one. Fury needs breaks.
Riot looking relaxed and fairly collected on the line here. They know what they've got to do in this final point.
Griffith, Soper, Weatherford, Stern, Snyder, McKibben, and Fontenette, the 7, taking them on for this game point.
A lot of very experienced throwers, even for Riot, very experienced throwers on this line. You know, everyone's going to be able to move the disc up the field and throw that assist if they need to.
Nazaroff winds up the pull. And we're underway on what could be the final point of Fury season. Soper with the disc. Weatherford up ahead to McKibben. And it sounds like a forced middle here. What a block. Anna Nazaroff, folks. And now she's launching one for the goal, and it's in.
Incredible plays here from Fury.
Heroics from Anna Nazaroff. What a play. Let's look at that block one more time.
Incredible one-handed D. And then immediately coming up. And looking downfield. And a gorgeous just scoop pass there.
Great catch, too, perhaps overshadowed by the heroics of Nazaroff. You know, you hear people talk about making a big play and then having a conservation of greatness, but when you're truly great, you don't care. Give me the disc, let me make plays. Nazaroff has her team back within 1.
Fury's got another shot here to generate a turn and march into the end zone quickly like that.
Could that play turn the tide for Fury? Will this Seattle offense be able to respond?
And you can see stars like Claire Desmond and Anna Nazaroff back out on the line.
Desmond ready to pull. If there were seats for these fans, they'd be on the edge of them. But right now, they're lining the sidelines with anticipation. Wide reset here, and Riot switches fields to Kawhi. Rudin in coverage.
Interesting to note, both teams have been back in person defense again.
Now Boyden, looking deep, cross field, blocked, knocked out of the sky by Desmond. Boyden ambitiously trying to go over the stack to no avail. Nice grab there by Desmond. And now Marika Austin is holding for Fury. Contested grab here. You can tell all 14 players want this one. They know how big it is. Nazaroff resetting. And now back with the disc in the middle of the field. Finds Austin.
Fury still playing that slightly slower pace, but you can see on every grab how much they want that disc. There's an increased intensity in their catches.
Narayan,
they know how much this matters.
Narayan with the disc, but a pick called here by Boyden. Narayan discussing the distance here and whether or not she should keep the disc. If she does keep this, Fury will be entering the red zone with a chance to tie this game up.
Narayan will retain the disc for Fury.
Narayan checking it back in. Resets back to Nazaroff. Desmond firing it back to Nazaroff. Cross-field throw. Finds the hands of Carolyn Finney. And we are back to even 15-15. Would it go any other way? 14-14, excuse me.
What incredible play here. You can see this again. Confident backhand break to Finney with a two-hand catch. I'm regretting ever doubting this Fury team. Fury looking excited, high energy, ready to put another powerful D-line out there to generate another break to save their season.
Through the wind, through the rain that we've seen in Rockford, the air has never felt as thick as it does right now as Riot prepares to receive this pull from Fury on double game point. Whoever scores this goal will advance to the final to play the winner of Brute Squad and Molly Brown. I'll be completely honest with you, Katie. My heart is like in my throat right now. I feel like I'm on the field.
I cannot believe how Fury has managed to turn up the dial on this game through incredible plays from Anna Nazaroff and Claire Desmond, really from all seven on the field, but those two making unbelievable plays to bring their team back into this game.
And to sing her praises one more time, note that in this double game point situation, one of the seven that'll take the line for Riot is a 19-year-old star named Jacqueline Verjus.
If it's double game point, you want that kind of firepower downfield. You know, if they come under pressure, Jacqueline Verjus can make those plays.
Just on the opposite end of the line, Verjus, 19, near your screen. All the way on the other side, 41-year-old Dominique Fontenette. Generations are spanned on this Riot team. Will one of those two players be the one to send them to the final? Fury has picked it up. It was 14-11 just moments ago, but they have battled their way back into double game point. Can they break once more? All those questions will be answered here as we are underway. Cardenas on the far sideline. Resetting to Johnson in the middle. Big gainer there for Verju. Plucks it out of the sky.
Great break side throw there.
Sliding grab by Cardenas. Riot finding the room. They're nearing the goal line and nearing finals. Griffith resetting. Nice inside break. Expect to see them go to the opposite direction. They do. An open Fontanet is going to catch the game winner. And just like that, Riot fends off a furious San Francisco comeback and wins 15-14.
What an incredible final point there. You know, after all the ferocity of the last few points, that easy around to a seemingly open Fontanet to send Riot to the finals again.
And almost speechless here in the booth. Really just a game filled with ups and downs and incredible moments. Ends with a fairly relaxed point and a lot of pressure, but Riot calmly handles it, finds Fontanet on the break side, and maybe not just like they drew it up, but it'll work. Now they will go to the final.
And just the ferocity in the last few points from Fury, combined with the calmness from Riot, really reminds you again, these are two of the best programs in this sport's history. And Riot wins this matchup once more.
So that will do it for Ultiworld's coverage here at the Club Championships. An excellent day's work here, and really appreciate all the hard work of the Ultiworld staff. Our cameraman, Jesse Goldstein and Aiden Shapiro-Layton, the real heroes behind the scenes, rarely get the credit. They don't get the bylines, but have done an excellent job bringing this coverage. Really appreciate everyone for joining us. I'm Keith Rayner, and for Katie Reynolds, Charlie Eisenhood, and everyone here at Ultiworld, we will see you next time.
Every time the pressure rises, we play better. Let's go take down the trail.
An Ultiworld subscription gets you closer to the players and personalities you care about with game video, in-depth written and video analysis.
He's going to take off deep, but what he does is very simple.
Documentary shorts.
And we've played Brute Squad before, and it just feels a little bit harder to lose this year.
And a whole lot more. To get your subscription or learn more, go to ultiworld.com/subscribe.